Please welcome Liz O'Brien, Senior Vice President, Hiring Our Heroes.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for braving the drizzle in D.C., where seemingly everything comes to a standstill. So great to see so many faces. Corey, good morning to you also. Nowhere to hide. Sean, it's always great to see so many of our friends and our extended family. So I am Liz O'Brien. I'm our SVP at Hiring Our Heroes. And on behalf of Hiring Our Heroes and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, welcome to the Great Hall. I have the great privilege every day of going to work right here on behalf of our military-connected community, but importantly, where we harness the power of business to create solutions for the good of America and the world. It's truly an honor to see so many dedicated leaders, employers, partners, and community champions gathered here today. Each of you has chosen and better for the presence that each and every one of us bring on a daily basis. Those 4 words capture both the progress we have made and the work that still lies ahead. Because if there is one lesson we have learned over the past 2 decades of serving veterans, transitioning service members, military spouses, it is this: no single organization can do this work alone. No employer, no nonprofit, no single government agency, no funder, and no community leader. The challenges facing our veterans and military families are too interconnected, and the opportunities before us are too important to be addressed through isolated efforts. The most durable solutions emerge when organizations work together, align around common goals, share information, and build trust, but most importantly, that each and every one of us holds ourselves accountable on a daily basis. And that is what partnership looks like. And that is why this gathering matters and why your presence matters. As we think about veteran support today, it is worth acknowledging that we are entering a new chapter in this work. Over the years, we have built countless successful programs that have changed individual lives, and we have helped veterans find employment. We have connected military spouses to meaningful careers. The community has expanded access to housing, healthcare, education, and entrepreneurship. And we have developed mentorship programs, transition services, student veteran opportunities, training opportunities, and peer support networks. And these efforts matter. They have created tangible impact that you see every day in your community for thousands of veterans and military families. But the next challenge before us is not simply creating more programs. It is creating better alignment across the systems that veterans and military families must navigate, because they do not experience life through program categories. They experience life as individuals, as parents, as spouses, as employees, entrepreneurs, neighbors, and members of our communities. A veteran transitioning from military service may be searching for employment, navigating healthcare, pursuing education, supporting a family, and exploring entrepreneurship while establishing the most important part of a new purpose during a transition, all at the same time. Yet too often these systems operate independently from one another, and the burden falls over and over again on the veteran and the individual to connect the dots. I would argue that our opportunity as leaders is to reverse that equation. Instead of expecting veterans and military families to navigate fragmented systems, that we should be building the systems that work together on their behalf. Systems that are more connected, more coordinated, more accessible, and ultimately more impactful. Success should not solely be measured by the number of referrals that we make, the services we provide, or the programs we operate. Success should be measured by whether veterans and military families are building stable, fulfilling, long-term futures in pursuit of American prosperity. One of the most important bridges in that journey for us is employment. At Hiring Our Heroes, we often say employment is more than a job. We know it provides purpose and a paycheck and something much deeper. It creates belonging, it creates growth, it strengthens our families each and every day because it fosters community, and it helps our community continue to contribute to something much larger than themselves. And in many ways, meaningful employment becomes one of the most important mechanisms through which veterans remain connected to service. The good news is that America's employers increasingly recognize the tremendous value that veterans bring to the workforce, and might I add, military spouses. Leadership, adaptability, discipline, resilience, problem solving, and the capacity to perform in dynamic environments. These are qualities that every employer seeks, but it's not solely because they want to do right by the service member. It is because veterans and military spouses make companies better every single day. And it requires that we as nonprofits build trust. It requires workforce organizations to create pathways. It requires employers willing to see talent and not just resumes. When those partners work together, better outcomes follow for our communities. And that brings us to the critical role communities play in this ecosystem. Local communities are where transition becomes real, where veterans buy homes, find jobs, enroll their children in schools, access healthcare, start businesses, volunteer, coach Little League teams, serve on nonprofit boards, and continue leading in entirely new ways. You know, as you start thinking about all the things that happen during transition, it is a lot. And we know which services exist and where those gaps remain, and we see the opportunities others may miss. And perhaps most importantly, that we build trust. Local knowledge is invaluable, and at the same time, national organizations have a role to play. We can help scale promising practices, employer networks, amplify successful models, and bring visibility to innovative solutions, but one doesn't happen without the other. The strongest outcomes happen when we continue to drive and build those two strengths together. When lessons learned in one community are adapted and applied across many others, we start to win, and that is partnership in action. It is also why the collaboration between America's Warrior Partnership and Hiring Our Heroes is so meaningful. Our organizations approach this work from different vantage points, but we share the same ultimate objective: helping veterans and military families thrive. AWP has built an extraordinary model centered on community-based coordination and support. Hiring Our Heroes has focused on helping connect military talent with meaningful career opportunities and economic mobility. Together, those approaches become even more powerful because a veteran's journey does not begin or end with employment, and community support is strengthened when pathways to economic opportunity are readily available. This collaboration reflects a broader truth that all of us should carry into today's discussion. Partnership is not simply a value. Partnership is a strategy each and every day, a strategy for improving outcomes, a strategy for increasing effectiveness, a strategy for reducing duplication and for maximizing resources, and ultimately a strategy for ensuring that veterans encounter a coordinated ecosystem of support rather than a disconnected collection of programs. As we begin today's symposium, I would encourage each of you to think beyond our organizational boundaries. It's an opportunity to learn from one another, to share what is working, to be honest about what is not working, to identify gaps, and to challenge assumptions. Do not be comfortable today in your discussions, and most importantly, build new relationships. As you participate in today's discussions, I hope you will consider a few questions. How can we better align our efforts? What can we do to reduce duplication and increase collaboration? Where can national resources strengthen local solutions? And perhaps, most importantly, what would it look like if every veteran, regardless of where they lived, could access a truly connected system of opportunity and support? That is the challenge before us, and it is also the opportunity. The work ahead is not about one organization leading alone. It's about many organizations moving in the same direction. Veterans bring extraordinary talent, leadership, and commitment to every community in America. And when communities, employers, nonprofits, and public sector partners work together without barriers, we do more than improve veteran outcomes. We strengthen the communities veterans call home. Thank you for your leadership, thank you for your partnership, and thank you for your unwavering commitment to those who have served. With that, it is my pleasure to turn the stage over to a leader who has deeply committed to strengthening how communities serve veterans and their families. And what you won't see ever is the amount of heart and soul and hard work Jim Lorraine pours into this community every single day, how he leads with his heart, how he breaks barriers down, how he will show up in the middle of the night to take care of people, and how he wraps his arms around the communities that he serves. Please join me in welcoming my very, very dear friend, who I'm honored to go to work next to every single day, Jim Lorraine, President and CEO of America's Warrior Partnership.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Liz, thank you so much. I can't thank the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Hiring Our Heroes for partnering with us. I see so many friends out here. I don't know really where to start. But I just got to tell you that this venue is absolutely beautiful. And it was beautiful before, and then when Hiring Our Heroes renovated and put all the digital pieces in, they just made it exceptional. So we're going to enjoy this location for a couple of days. And welcome to the 13th annual Warrior Symposium. I was telling the team yesterday, so for those who know me, I started out in Special Operations Command. I founded a program called the USSOCOM Care Coalition. And in 2006, I said to the team at SOCOM, I said, we need to bring all of our partners together. And we need to get them to work together. We need to introduce them to each other and basically spend a couple of days playing matchmaker. Back then, it was really different because I had the components, which are Naval Special Warfare, the SEALs, and I had the Green Berets in the Army and the Rangers. And so I could go to the components, the Army, and say, hey, we're going to hold the symposium. I want you to host it. And we'd literally go talk for like 30 minutes and then shoot for 2 days. And unfortunately, we can't do that here in Washington, D.C., but we can spend a lot of time sharing and connecting and getting to know each other. You know, Liz said it all. Really what this is about is bringing you together to meet each other, to understand what programs you have. I'll spend most of the time being a matchmaker, saying, hey, you've got this great program and you do this, and you should meet this person over here because they need what you do. I will tell you, I've spent 25 years in this space. We don't need any new programs. They exist. You just have to know where they exist. And then you have to work together. I hope everybody left your ego out on Constitution Ave because that's where it belongs. It belongs out of this building. Because what you need to do is to lay down those egos and say, okay, how do I work together? I know I have this great program. I know I do this, but what do I need to make it better? And we have a motto at America's Warrior Partnership, which is, together, we can do better. And we can. I know that. That's the key. The theme, as Liz said, was to strengthen partnership, empowering veterans, empowering communities. Let me tell you about communities for a second. At AWP, we don't see a community as a county. We don't see it just as a municipality. We don't see it as a state. We see a community as a group of veterans who are together with something in common. We see Wells Fargo as a community. We see Student Veterans of America as a community. We see organizations, companies, we see educational institutions. That's a community of veterans. The idea is, how do I bring those communities together, identify the veteran, identify where they are in their life and where they want to go, and then say, you know what, in order to improve your quality of life, you should connect to organization A, B, C, D, and E in that order. and go through the process. The key is knowing veterans. Out in the audience, we've got government, we've got nonprofits, we have corporations, we have academia, and we have local communities. I charge you with getting to know everyone. We've got companies over here like Principal Choice Solutions. You should get to know who they are. We've got JP Morgan Chase in the back. You should get to know who they are. You get Duke Universities here. You should get to know who they are. You need to get to know everybody. We have the 2 days of focus. The first day is community-based approaches, innovative solutions, and lessons learned. It's really important that you go into these breakouts and you participate. Just don't sit back and listen. Like, say, hey, that doesn't work in my community. I've been known to say that on occasion, but I need you to do that today. What works, what doesn't work? Hey, have you guys ever thought about doing X? Because everybody's doing Y. The second day is national systems and cross-sector partnerships that can strengthen local efforts. You know, we founded the network, AWP's network, because what I recognized is that those community-based programs knew who the veterans were and they had a relationship with them. If you go to a county veteran service officer, they can tell you who their veterans are in their community, probably 80% of the vets in the community. The issue is that they don't have all the resources. And so what we knew is local communities knew who the veterans were but didn't have the resources. National nonprofits had a ton of resources but didn't know who to serve. And so what the network served to do was to be a bridge between the two. To get feedback from the communities, this is what I need, to go to national programs and redirect them down with a focus on the veteran and their family. I know Melissa Como's out here, so I will just say, every time I say veteran, I mean veteran, family, caregiver, survivor, go through the whole, everyone who's military connected. We need your feedback. You need to educate others about what you do. You need to figure out how do you work together. I'll give you an example. Earlier, I was just talking to Britt Slabinski from TurboVets about financial education, financial literacy programs. There are a ton of them. Everybody has a financial literacy program. Which one is the best? Which one has the best outcomes? Those are the things as an example to come together and say, how can we best do this? What's the best? And how can we improve on what we have? And it's really sharing. And again, leaving the ego at the door and coming in and saying, you know what, we can change. I can change. As I said, introduce yourselves to others, ask difficult questions, share what works and what doesn't work, build partnerships that improve outcomes, and work together. Again, this whole symposium is about sharing and working together, building relationships, and then telling others, hey, you need to come to this event because you're going to meet people that you've never met before. We were blessed with a number of sponsors who funded us to provide scholarships. So there's a lot of community-based programs that aren't normally here so that they could come and meet with national programs. If you're you got Corey Boatwright from Student Veterans of America. If you're a community-based program and you don't know Corey Boatwright, you need to know him, because I guarantee you at the academic institution in your community, he's got a chapter. You should get to know who he is. Sorry, you guys are in trouble for sitting at that table. I'm just telling you. You have an app. I know we all have an app, but you have an app. It's called WOVA. WOVA? WHOVA. Not only can I not pronounce words, I can't see colors. I learned that at the board meeting when I said, is that dot red or green? Yeah, everybody looked at me and said, you're bad. Then they started to quiz me on the Teams Zoom to ask what the ladies of our board were wearing as their jackets. What color is that? What color is she wearing? What color is she? Anyways, don't get me started. Use the WOVA app. View the agenda. You can keep track of it. Provide feedback. Really, we want feedback. I'm excited because we have so many people in the room. We did this on purpose. We didn't count speakers as attendees. because I knew the speakers would come and go. We counted the people that really came here to learn, and to share, and to inform everyone else about what they're doing. I can't thank you enough for all being here. Again, this is our 13th time. It's gotten better since we partnered with Hiring Our Heroes. You'll hear more about even our operational partnership through our Veteran Employment Collective with Hiring Our Heroes. But at this time, I'd like to introduce my good friend. His name is Steve Rubright. Steve's on our advisory board, and he is the government representative for Forterra. So if you look at Forterra over there, Forterra, he's their government rep. Forterra is a great company. We do a lot of work with Ukraine, and we're proud of it. But Forterra just sent their autonomous combat vehicles, ground land vehicles. They just sent a bunch to Ukraine, and they're doing great work over there, keeping people out of harm's way, but delivering lethality to the battlefield. Steve brings a deep experience in the Pentagon, Congress, private sector, including leadership roles in government affairs and innovative biotech companies. He's a U.S. Army Reserve Colonel. Don't hold that against him, okay? He's a U.S. Army Reserve Colonel, graduate of West Point, Harvard University, and the U.S. Army War College. It's with my honor that I introduce Stephen Rubright. Thanks, everybody.
Tough to follow Jim anywhere, but thanks so much, Jim, for that warm welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you to America's Warrior Partnership and Hiring Our Heroes for putting together this symposium and for all the great work that you do closing the gap between military service and civilian life. As Jim mentioned, my name is Steve Rubright, Head of Government Affairs for Forterra, and I'm also a member of AWP's National Advisory Council, and really, truly honored to serve in that position with such a great organization. For those who have not heard of us, Forterra builds the technology backbone that lets autonomous systems, vehicles, sensors, and platforms operate reliably and work together in the most chaotic, disconnected, and environments imaginable. Places where GPS doesn't work, where communications are denied or disrupted, and conditions change by the minute. What makes our approach different is that we bring mobility, computing, sensing, and communications into a single unified system so that autonomous units can coordinate with each other like a team instead of operating in isolation. And this isn't theoretical, as Jim mentioned. Our technology is proven and it's deployed today, supporting real-world operations in Ukraine and also deployed to the Pacific. The work we do this work because technology's job is not just to increase the lethality of the U.S. military, but it's also to protect the soldiers and Marines doing the hardest job in the world. If we are used to sending 25 soldiers or Marines to do a job, but we can instead send 5 with autonomous vehicles, we're putting less soldiers and Marines in harm's way. And that's more and more, we're committed to doing that. Many of us at Forterra, including our CEO and other senior leaders, are combat veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan. And that's why Forterra is honored to partner with America's Warrior Partnership. The mission does not end when somebody takes off the uniform. And we're proud to stand alongside an organization making sure that no veteran navigates transition alone. And that brings me to our keynote speaker, someone who understands better than most what it means to keep going when things fall apart. Jason Redman spent 21 years as a Navy SEAL, deploying repeatedly to Iraq and Afghanistan. On September 13th, 2007, while leading an assault to capture a high-value al-Qaeda target, Jason's team was ambushed and he was shot 8 times, including once in the face. While recovering at Bethesda, Jason hung a sign on his hospital room door, signed simply, "The Management." It read in part, "Attention to all who enter here. If you are coming into this room with sorrow or to feel sorry for my wounds, go elsewhere. The wounds I received, I got in a job that I love, doing for people that I love, and supporting the freedom of a country that I deeply love. I'm incredibly tough, and I will make a full recovery. And that sign became a rallying cry for wounded warriors everywhere. And it captured the choice that Jason has lived out ever since, defining his own comeback. Since retiring, Jason has built a second career every bit as demanding as his first. He's the New York Times bestselling author of The Trident, The Forging and Reforging of a Navy SEAL Leader, Overcome, and Mission Invincible Marriage, a battle-tested guide to an enduring relationship. He's a familiar face on Fox News, CBS, and CNN, and the subject of History Channel's Navy SEALs, America's Secret Warriors. He's delivered more than 700 keynote speeches to Fortune 500 companies, professional sports organizations, and audiences just like this one, all built around the same message. Adversity does not get to write your story unless you let it. Jason's story is a masterclass in resilience, and there's no better voice to bring into a room dedicated to helping warriors write their next chapter. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a warm welcome to Jason Redman.
Hey, good morning. How we doing today? Outstanding. Nothing like coming straight out of the gates. So, this morning what I want to talk to you about is the American dream. You know, I think that this idea, this concept was such a monumental, pivotal thing that our founding fathers came up with. And there is an idea out there, some are saying that it's no longer attainable. I beg to differ. We talk about the American dream, it's built on those three unalienable rights that are gifted to us as American citizens. Anybody know? That's right. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think it's amazing for those of us who have been around the world, the veteran community, our service members. I think it gives us tremendous appreciation for those things, the sanctity of life. The understanding of how precious it is, being in places where we're fighting against terrorism, we're fighting against violent regimes, and it gives you so much more appreciation for the sanctity of life and the preservation of life that we have here in our nation. Liberty, the freedoms that we have, and then, of course, the great one, that pursuit of happiness. I think no one more than the veteran community understands and appreciates this, because the reality is, on that day, when you raise your right hand and you enlist or you commission in the United States military, the reality is, in that moment, you suddenly forfeit all three of these rights. You sacrifice them for the period of time to give back to the greater good of our nation. You're willing to give up your life, and many of us have friends and teammates who are no longer here fighting for the greatness of our nation, fighting abroad. You give up your liberty, you give up your freedom. I don't know about any of you, but oftentimes when they would say, hey, Jay, you're going to deploy, and my wife was like, I can't believe you're leaving again, I wasn't able to get on the phone and go, hey, guys, that doesn't work for me. Yeah, I'm a little busy right now. Yeah, we give that up, obviously, for the greater good. And then that last one, the pursuit of happiness, we put on hold our earning potential. Whether 4 years or 40 years, there are so many things. We sacrifice holidays. We sacrifice vacations. So who better to achieve the American dream than our veteran community? But the reality is, that's a much harder lift. That's why so many of us are here today. How do we help our veteran community accomplish these things? But one of the problems is, I feel like there's a narrative out there, unfortunately, the twofold, that many of our Americans veterans are broken. You know, many of them come home from war and from deployments, and they're struggling with the wounds of war, and they're struggling with assimilating back into society. I'll never forget, Jim Lorraine and I met many, many years ago when I was wounded, when the SOCOM Care Coalition, Jim was leading it, and we became friends. Several years later, you know, I gathered a name for myself as a Wounded Warrior advocate, and I was asked to be a part of a panel by Admiral Mullen, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs at that time. And I'll never forget sitting in the Pentagon with Admiral Mullen and some other people. And there was an individual in there who was talking about PTSD and trauma, and that all veterans, I'll never forget this, she said, all veterans who are coming home are going to be struggling with this, and it is a national imperative to take care of them. And she was right. I agree with that. Trauma leaves a lasting impact. But the reality is, just because we've been through trauma doesn't mean that we are broken. And I was concerned in that moment when she said it, we are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we try and convince every veteran they're broken just because they served in the military or because they had been on a deployment or something had happened, we are leading them down a dangerous path. And unfortunately, I feel like we've reached that path almost 20 years later. I meet so many veterans and members of the civilian force who believe that some of our veterans are broken. Trust me, I know this firsthand. In September of 2007, I was shot 8 times by an enemy machine gun between my body and body armor. And I'll never forget laying in that hospital bed feeling that way, feeling that I was broken, facing countless surgeries, being told they were going to amputate my arm, facing the uphill battle of being put back together, facing potentially the prospect of my special operations career being over, facing the prospect of being disfigured. I'll be honest, I was kind of struggling with all these thoughts, and I had some people that came into my room, and for any of you that have ever been over at Walter Reed or Bethesda before it became Walter Reed, during the time of war, the height of the war from 2005 probably to 2012, especially in the 06 to probably 09 time frame, those hospitals were full of wounded service members. I remember around me at that time, there must have been at least 50 wounded warriors, individuals who'd been shot, blown up, amputated, traumatic brain injuries, all these grievous injuries. And the individuals that had come into my room were overwhelmed by this. And I remember they were talking to me for a minute. I could feel their pity and sorrow and the weight of being in that hospital and the weight of seeing me in the condition I was. And then a nurse came in, and they stepped off to the side, and they were having a conversation by themselves. And it was literally this broken narrative. Oh my God, what a shame. What a shame. What have we done? We've sent these young men and women off to war, and we've broken them. And they're never going to be successful. They're never going to have a great future. They're never going to be able to live. They're going to be, broken and homeless, alcoholics, all these different things. I remember sitting there and listening to it and thinking to myself, am I that victim? Because that was the reality. They painted me into a victim box. I don't know if any of you out there, I think it's a common thing as humans. We have a tendency when people have gone through hard times or something catastrophic, what I like to call a life ambush, hits them, we have a tendency sometimes to place them into that victim box. Oh yeah, it's going to be tough for you to recover. Oh, this is going to be so hard. You can sit there and feel sorry for yourself for a while, and it's almost like we encourage it and allow it. And I think that's a dangerous thing. I think in society today, we're actually allowing this more and more at a higher level, this victim mindset. Like, hey, you are a product of your circumstances. And I don't believe that. I believe you are a product of your output. You're a product of your leadership. You're a product of how you drive forward. And I think it is a victor mindset and not a victim mindset. And I think that's what's critical. I think that's what America's Warrior Partnership and all of us together, once again, need to convince our veterans that they're victors and not victims, and that they are not broken. As I lay in that hospital bed listening to this, that's what I started to think about. I realized there were 4 frameworks that the military had taught me that I could apply in this situation to start leading myself forward, to start navigating through this trauma and this injury and where I was in my life. And the very first one was the basis of it all. All our veterans, every single person that's been in this room, whether you serve 4 years or 40 years, have been taught these same frameworks. And as I lay in that hospital bed, I began to think about that and focus that. I was thinking about what these people were saying. And the first one is leadership. Every single one of us in boot camp are taught from day one how to lead ourselves and how to lead despite the adversity, how to have discipline, how to build structure, these core things in our life. Later on in my SEAL career, it would become a tenet of our ethos. In the absence of leadership, I will step up and lead. And I remember laying in that hospital bed, thinking about what these individuals had said, thinking about all these wounded warriors that were around me, and so many wanted to come in and meet me. I'll be honest, in the beginning, I did not want to meet them. Many I turned away when the nurse would say, hey, so-and-so's here, or Corporal so-and-so, or Sergeant so-and-so, or Petty Officer so-and-so. They want to meet you. And I'm like, why? Well, you're a Navy SEAL. You're a Navy SEAL officer. I mean, they look up to you. I'll be honest, in the moment, I was struggling to just where to go. Face blown out, no use in my arm. But I thought about that tenet. In the absence of leadership, I will step up and lead. And that's the reality. We need to help our veteran community once again that they have the tools to do this. And I started thinking more and more about it, and that's really what became the catalyst for that sign on the door. I remember thinking to myself, I'm not going to be a victim. I'm not going to allow people to feel sorry for me. And in this moment, I will refuse to feel sorry for myself again. And that's what I wrote to my wife. I wasn't able to talk. I was trached for 7 months and 2 days. And I remember writing out to her that exact thing. And then I wrote to her and I said, you know what? No one else is allowed in this room to feel sorry for me, and I refuse from here forward to feel sorry for myself. I didn't give a whole lot of thought to this. It was a sheer stream of consciousness. And I wrote out that sign. Attention to all who enter here. If you're coming in this room with sadness or sorrow, don't bother. The wounds I received, I got in a job that I love, doing it for people that I love, defending the freedom of a country that I deeply love. I will make a full recovery. What is full? That's the absolute utmost physically. I have the ability to recover. And then I'm going to push that about 20% further through sheer mental tenacity. This room you're about to enter is a room of fun, optimism, and intense rapid regrowth. If you are not prepared for that, go elsewhere. When we signed it, the management. Sign went on to take on a life of its own. It would ultimately earn me an invitation to the White House to meet President Bush, who signed it. It's been featured in documentaries. It's been written about in multiple books. The key thing about that sign, though, and the sign now hangs at the Wounded Ward at Walter Reed. It continues to motivate and inspire wounded warriors. But the key thing about that sign, and what's critical for us to convey to our veteran community and our service member, that sign is about a choice. The reality is, the pursuit of the American dream is built on choice. It is a belief that I can drive forward, that I can embrace this life I have, that I can embrace the freedom to go after opportunities, and that I can pursue happiness. And it's the foundational level. For any trauma, any hardship, anything we go through, it's built on this principle, and that sign became the epitome of that idea. Number two, the military taught us how to overcome. I mean, if there is anything that you went through in the military, it was adversity. Boot camp is built on this principle. We place stress on you, we place hard situations, we place chaos, because guess what? That's what combat is. It's all of those things. And we pray that our service members don't have to go forth into combat, but unfortunately over the last 20 years, that was not the case. The longest sustained combat involvement for American troops in our entire history. And so many were called upon, myself, my teammates, all of our military forces were called upon to go serve overseas many times. But this is the critical element that we need to make sure that our veterans understand. We taught you how to overcome on the battlefield. We taught you how to overcome in boot camp, in your MOS schools, in your A schools. And so often our military career, when we were going through and doing things we didn't really want to do, but we had to do. That is the idea behind overcoming. It's merely a choice. You know, it's about driving forward and pushing through this adversity. And make no mistake, the civilian world's tough, you know? Finding jobs, finding purpose, finding all these different things, taking care of our families. It takes work, and it's a struggle. But at the same time, they have those tools. How do we unlock them? I chose to overcome. I chose to drive forward. I chose to continue to build myself and pursue this American dream with the gift of life that I was given this second chance. The third thing was you have to choose to embrace a mission. In the military, we were given a mission. You were part of a unit. So often, so many of our units, I mean, in this room, we represent all the branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, National Guard. I don't know if we have any Space Force in here, but all of us has a designated mission. And then when you get into the units, the units themselves have this storied history, a mission that's applied to them. When you get out of the military, that mission is gone. And so many of our veterans struggle at that lack of mission and that loss of mission. What I talk to them about and what I had to find when I got out into the civilian world is I had to define my own mission, because I will be honest, that's the reality. You have to decide what is your mission. And the parameters are the same. It only applies to you. It becomes your purpose in this life, which is critical for us to drive forward and have worth and meaning. My new mission and purpose became that sign on the door. As I'll never forget, about a year and a half after I was wounded, I was laying at home in my bed. It was early morning. My wife, I think, had taken my other kids to school, and nothing had gone right. The path of wounded warriors often is infections and problems, and frequently you will take one step forward and take 3 steps back as you're going through the recovery process. I had major infection issues. I still had hardware on my arm. I was on antibiotics. I had a PICC line, and the antibiotics were so powerful. I think I had a mix of Staph and MRSA, and they had cut all the tissue out of my nose. This is the third nose they built me. The first 2 totally failed, and I think we were at the ending of the second phase of the second nasal reconstruction. A massive infection. They cut everything out. I look like Skeletor. If you always wonder why Skeletor is so angry. You have a hole in your face, you'd be angry too. And I felt horrible from the antibiotics. They had removed bone from my leg to rebuild my face. There was a danger of that failing. I was in a wheelchair. I remember waking up crying my eyes out like, this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. My youngest daughter, who was only 3, came up into the room, and I had no relationship with her. I had not been around her almost her entire life. And she came into the room and was at the end of the bed and saw me crying and just a mess. I remember looking at her, and I was like, I got to pull myself together. The sign actually was on the wall. It didn't go to the hospital and get signed by President Bush until a couple of years later. But my wife had put it on the wall next to our door. And I remember looking at my daughter and looking over her and seeing that sign. And it reminded me, that's who you are. Like, you need to overcome. You need to drive forward. That is your purpose, and you need to do it for that little girl right there. I think our veteran community, the question they need to ask themselves is, what do you want your sign on the door to say? Because every single one of us on this planet, in this life, we have our own sign on the door, our own purpose, our own mission on what makes us tick and what drives us and what fuels our purpose forward in this life. And I think we have to unlock that, because that's what's going to make all the difference. That became my guidance. That became my new purpose. And then the last one, the military taught us how to live greatly. What does that even mean? So often we're pushed to do things that's outside of our comfort zone. So often we're pushed to overcome the fears and doubts. I mean, how many of you in this room, I mean, the military and the leadership space, typically you serve 2 years in that leadership job. And by the time you finally start to figure it out, they're like, okay, we're promoting you and you're moving into the new job. And you're like, oh my God, I'm not ready. I just figured this one out. That's the epitome of living greatly. It's pushing yourself to achieve your full potential of who you were made to be. There's another component of living greatly that I often talk about in the veteran community, and that is living greatly is to honor those who we've left behind. I meet so many veterans who we've lost friends. I've attended over 50 funerals and memorials for teammates lost since 9/11. Over 30 names I've tattooed on the inside of my arm for teammates I either was friends with, I served with, I knew personally, I had gone through schools with them, deployed with them, and they're no longer here. And I meet a lot of people who will say to me, they live in this pit of guilt, this survivor's guilt for the fact they're still here and their friends and teammates no longer are. And I tell them, why would you do that? Why do you dishonor their memory? Like, you have to live greatly. I think about all my teammates that are no longer here, including my best friend, and I think about that it's my job to try and be the best version of myself, because that's the way I honor them. Hopefully they're looking down from heaven or Valhalla or whatever belief system you have, and they're going, you know what, I didn't get to come home, and Jason Redmond did, but man, I love how he's going after it. I love how he's living greatly. And the military taught us those things. But so often we get into the civilian world and we lose that. I meet so many people who are going through this life and they're alive, they're not really living anymore. And that's a tragedy, because the reality is, for most of us, you get one shot at this life. Because as we all know, as the military taught us very profusely, there's only one guarantee in this life. It's death. And it's coming for all of us, regardless of if you're ready or not. I'll be honest, that night on the battlefield, I wasn't ready. I was 32 years old when I was wounded. I had young kids. I had so many things that I hadn't done. And I thought about those things that night as I was bleeding out, as this firefight raged for over 40 minutes before we called in the closest fire mission ever executed in the Iraq War. God gave me a second chance. I owe my life to my teammates. I owe my life to that AC-130 gunship. But the biggest thing it made me realize is I have to embrace this life. You have to go after it. You have one shot. And this is what's so critical in the veteran space. You sacrifice life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for years so that other American citizens could go after it and have the freedom and the opportunity to do so. And now when it's your turn, you're not doing it. So we have to convince them once again to live greatly. How many of you jumped out of airplanes in your military career? A few of you, okay. Now I'm gonna use I went through Ranger School and Airborne School, so I speak a little Army, and the Army would call those of you who don't jump out of airplanes dirty legs. Now, for some of you, it was a choice to be a dirty leg because you were like, I'm not jumping out of an airplane. How many of you were that? You were like, no way in hell am I jumping out of an airplane. And how many of you were like, well, I just never got the opportunity, but if I did, like, I'd go jump. How many of you feel like I'm going to go jump? A few of you. The majority of people in this life aren't willing to jump. You know what's fascinating is years ago I used to run a nonprofit taking care of wounded warriors, and we used to run an event called Jumping for a Purpose. And we would take wounded warriors and families of the fallen, and we would throw them out of perfectly good airplanes. And people would be like, oh my God, Jay, why would you do this? And the reality is, because so often in this life, when we go through traumatic events, we get afraid to live. We're afraid to face any kind of trauma or loss again. I have friends who have ended marriages, and we've all heard it. Oh my God, I'm never getting married. I'm never dating again. I have friends who are in business, and the business failed. I will never go down that path again. I will never try and run a business. And if they've been through a traumatic event, so often they'll never do those things again. Sometimes we need to be reminded we're still alive. And that's what we did with Jumping for a Purpose. And we would jump over 500 warriors over the time that we did this great event. And every time we did it, we would typically put up about 50 to 60 in a day, a chalk load of usually about 8 warriors or Gold Star family members. And on every event we did, there would usually be at least one load, and I tried to be on every jump. I'd be up in the aircraft, and there would be one load that when we get to altitude and we'd say, hey, stand up and click into your tandem master, there'd be someone who would look out the back of the plane and they would go, oh, hell no. I can't do it. And I'd say, are you sure? And they'd say, yes, I just can't do it. And I'd say, hey, no problem. Just sit back down, just sit down in the plane, clip in, fly back in and land, and we'll meet you on the ground. And that happened almost every single event we did, probably at least 10 or 12 people that didn't jump, and I never thought anything of it. I would land with the rest of the people, we'd high five, we'd celebrate, we'd finish our event, and it'd be done. I still live in Virginia Beach, where we used to conduct that event. And over the last 5 or 6 years, I think the last event we did was in 2017. Over the last 5 years, I've had 4 individuals who were in that aircraft who did not jump. And every single one of them have come up to me and said the same thing. What do you think they said? I wish I had jumped. Guys, that's life. That's what we have to encourage our veterans to understand. This life, when you stand on the end of the ramp, your heart's in your chest and it's pounding and you have the doubts and fears and you're like, what am I doing? What if I get this wrong? What if I fail? What if, someone has something negative to say about me? What if I don't have all the resources? Doesn't matter. Jump. That's what Living Greatly is about. We were taught to do it in the military. We need to continue it today. This, I believe, is the path to success. This is what we need to convince our veterans to do. You have the ability to lead yourself. We need to help you do it. They're probably going to yell at me because I'm off camera. You have the ability to overcome. You have the ability to set that mission and purpose. And you have the ability to live greatly. We need to help them, because I believe this is truly what will enable them to accomplish the American dream. And if we can encourage and unite our veterans to succeed, I truly believe it will enable us to unite and encourage our country to succeed. But we can't do it alone, guys. This is why we created TurboVets. I'm a founding member of this great company. Some amazing technologists, our founder, Joe Loomis, a Navy veteran, created this company built on an idea of how do we bring our service members, veterans, and the amazing organizations that are out there together. How do we get everyone together built on this fundamental idea that I believe is the American dream, built on the foundation of choice? We did this built on 4 critical pillars. Number 1, we choose to harness technology. Technology is moving at such an exponential pace, it's insane. Our developers talk about things that they were able to do that would take them several years, they're now able to do in a couple of weeks. The amount of coding and ability to integrate and automate systems. Here's the thing, though. We have to harness that technology to be able to do it right, to do it ethical, to make sure that we have walls and gates in our AI to be able to create customized solutions to aid you guys and our veterans and our corporations to find that success. Number 2, we choose to empower the veteran. Those 4 things that I talked about. How do we make sure and educate them that you have the tools to be successful, but some of it is going to start with you, your ability to lead yourself, your ability to overcome, your ability to find that new mission and purpose, and your ability to live greatly. If we can do those things, then it becomes number 3, we choose to connect them with human expertise, and that is every single one of you in this room. Every one of you in this room are a veteran, or you are committed to support veterans. You all have these amazing organizations that have amazing missions. TurboVets cannot do it alone. Technology is not the answer by itself. It is the connection of technology and the amazing human expertise together. our ability to work in a symbiotic system that's leveraging your expertise to be able to coach, mentor, encourage, and show them the path to accomplishing that American dream, which gets us to number 4, choosing to unlock that lifelong opportunity. Who better to achieve the American dream than our veteran community? And we need to set that path through the missions that you guys have, through technology, and all of us working together to do that. If we can do that, guys, I truly believe by unlocking the success of the American dream for our veteran community, it truly unlocks the success for the future of our nation. So, thank you. I'd like to, I'm honored to bring onto the stage, bring back to the stage Jim Lorraine, who Jim and I go way back, all the way to the CARE Coalition, which those who don't know, the Special Operations CARE Coalition was a group that was founded in 2006 by General Doug Brown, and the founding member was Jim Lorraine, Air Force veteran, and Jim did an amazing job, and I was one of the first members of the CARE Coalition when I was wounded in 2007, and it started a lifelong friendship with Jim and I. He obviously is continuing what he did in the CARE Coalition with America's Warrior Partnership, and I also would like to call to the stage a teammate, a highly decorated friend and leader, retired Command Master Chief Britt Slavinsky, Medal of Honor recipient, and the new president of TurboVets for some additional comments. So, thank you. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Wow. You always kill it,
Thank you.
so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about another hand for Jay Redmond? Thanks. Like Jay said, I've known him for a long time. I said the other day I knew him when his nose was over here. And, but a big inspiration for everyone. And I'm glad we can sit here and talk. And then the other person that I'm really honored to have is Britt Slavinsky, Medal of Honor recipient from Tucker Gar. And thanks for being here.
Thanks.
But we're going to talk about a program that they have, which I love. And I will admit I'm on their advisory board. And the reason I'm on their advisory board is because I believe in where it's going. I think that what TurboVets has envisioned, the technology they bring to bear, the partnerships that they have, and then working together, I think it's really important. And what I also love is your guys' perspective in terms of the balance between technology and human interaction, that it's the human. So, Jay, since you've been with TurboVets longer than Britt, Britt's now the CEO of President of TurboVets, sorry. But why did you get involved with TurboVets?
You know, it's interesting. Back when I ran the nonprofit, we started out as Wounded Wear. We became the Combat Wounded Coalition. Over the 10 years I ran that, there were several things I saw. The disaggregation of both benefits, the disaggregation of all the resources and organizations. So often there were things that veterans needed that they didn't know about. Even in my own life, needs that I would have, and I would find out years later, oh, there's a group that could have helped with that, and it's this. And when I met Joe and learned about the technology, and the team comes from a background in the cybersecurity industry. They built a cyber company that automated and integrated over 750 different platforms, and that was something that we had talked about in our nonprofit. But man, I'm definitely not a tech guy. Pretty not smart. And I lacked the resources back then to be able to do what we were talking about doing with TurboVets. So when I met Joe, I said, wow, this is something that I wanted to do years ago, but it brings together the power of the technology while not while really emphasizing the power of the human, because we need you guys. And what our goal is to reduce the administrative load, so to free you up for more time to focus on the coaching, mentoring, and guiding them to that American dream, which is really the vision of what TurboVets is built on.
Yeah, again, what you should do is when you have a chance, go learn more about TurboVets on the website. But Brits, what do you see as you came on just recently, what do you see as your vision? And what's the big picture for this?
Yeah, Jay, I just got to say, hey, I'm ready to re-enlist right now again. I don't know how many of you are ready to go again, but
let's go jump.
Let's go do it. Hey, great job, man. I'm just so incredibly proud of you, and great to be on this mission here with what we're started here with TurboVets. To answer your first question you posed to Jay.
Yeah.
You've been an advisor here a little over a year. The team, Jay asked me to come on in a bigger role, and I really jumped on it. And I think most of you have probably been in a place in your life, and this is probably what got you in the room here, is you found yourself in a situation where you're just so frustrated by the incumbent situation that you were in that you just decided, hey, you reached the point where you're so angry, I'm just going to do something about it now. Instead of me pointing a finger at someone else, you're going to point it at yourself and say, hey, it's time. I am going to take them. Just like you did, Jim, the CARE Coalition, what you put here together for 13 years, you said, I'm going to do something about it, and you're going to put your skin in the game. And that was it for me. TurboVets is this idea where we are finally going to build the platform that our fellow teammates and their families all can use to access what they've earned. It's not a handout, right? It is a place to say, hey, look, you can put a little bit of your weight here. We will help you find the path towards what Jay has been saying for his last 30 minutes here, to find that American dream, and just help connect you together in a more efficient way. That's why I'm here, right?
Yeah.
Continuing our promise that we made. When everyone here raised your hand and said, I will support and defend the Constitution. You were also raising that hand to say, I promise I will take care of my fellow teammates, no matter how bad it gets. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, one of the things that I believe is that, when you raise your hand to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that there's a commitment by the government, the United States government, that it's for life. We did that at SOCOM, that this was a commitment for life, and I think that this, to your point, it's from the start to the end. I can tell you that as a service provider, I'm looking at Melissa Como over here, as a service provider, what the veteran tells you is one thing, but to have the data that backs that up is a whole different thing. Sometimes you meet a veteran and they'll say, yeah, I just recently met a veteran. He told me this whole story about Desert Shield Storm, blah, 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 blah. I got his DD-214. He got out in '89. And I was like, okay, how does that? It doesn't match, right? And so what I love is the data, is the aggregation of the data, that even as a service provider, having access, I can look and go, the story that you're talking about is not actually the reality that exists. And then it helps everybody here that's a service provider, but tell us a little bit more about the data integration and how does that lead to the outcomes?
Yeah, so the goal is that there is a data layer that lives across the top. Now, once again, our team, background in cyber, so understanding and operate at the highest levels, working with NSA, working with National Cyber Command, and the ability to protect that data, but also to house that data in one place that allows a veteran through the life cycle of their journey to access that data, but also for us to be able to share that data with the groups that the veteran allows access to. A single pane of glass that a veteran and their family can come into, where we're now able to pull that data, automate that data, auto-populate that data, share within what the veteran releases. So obviously any of our organizations that are part of this system and the veteran provides that access now allows them to see what they give access to. We made a decision right in the very beginning of the company. It's our bylaws. We will never share and we will never sell data. It will only be used in pursuit of the mission. But it gives us a lot of insight. Like Jim said, our goal is how do we help veterans across the entire life cycle? Many of the things you guys are doing, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to partner with great groups doing great things. So everything from education to financial literacy to entrepreneurship to job seeking to family benefits to nonprofit support to you name it, home ownership, all these different things we want in the system. And with this layer of data, it gives us a lot of insight into the veteran community. What's working? What isn't working? What can we do better? Where are we missing the mark? And being able to do that is going to be critical, I think, for the future because it's never been there. The VA doesn't have it. The VA systems are super disaggregated. There are a lot of great people in the VA. Unfortunately, just the way it was created and the way the different aspects of the VA are siloed in these different systems that the data doesn't speak. And then it makes it very difficult for the organizations who are working with those veterans to be able to access. This becomes the veteran that shares that data, that puts it into the system, that then is protected, and we're able to use it for the better good of the future of that veteran and the organization serving them.
Britt, you have an agreement, you're working with the Coast Guard.
Mm-hmm.
Scope that out because it's a template for others.
So right? to look at what your other question, hey, what's the goal of TurboVet?
Yeah.
So yeah, we have this veterans piece, right? And to add on to Jay's point here, it's absolutely free to the veterans, right? It's not never is a veteran or a family going to get in there. Is it going to cost you anything? That's very different than a lot of the models that are out there now. Or if you need help with your claims, you have to pay someone to access what you've already paid for. So from the checkbook of life, so to speak. So, hey, that's really what's different about us. That's the main thing. And then, hey, you get access to this incredible technology. How we make that happen is through our other successful pieces. So it's going to be a full life cycle piece. So if you look at when all, how many of you were in the service that are out there? So when you came in, you went through MEP station, right? We have this turbo recruit piece, which we're going active here soon with the Coast Guard, where you'll basically do everything through the app. You'll go to your MEP station, but you'll be able to track through veteran or turbo recruit, and then you're going to have a service contract. So all of your, are there any of your awards, all your fit reps, all those things will all be in this database, so it follows you through your career. So when it comes time for you to transition now, and you'll go through a turbo transition, which is another program we're actually creating, that you'll have this transition into this veterans piece, it's all going to be seamless.
Wait. You're meaning I don't need my 3-ring binder that's this thick with all my certificates?
You can still have that on your I Love Me table.
Oh, okay, good.
But you won't need that. You won't need that here.
And I don't need all the plaques on my walls and stuff?
Well, you still need those because they make you feel good about yourself. But and literally, so we're in beta right now. We have about 100 veterans in the system, and that's vastly. Our mission is to deploy this in September after our final testing. But I am a user of the product right now, and we're shaping it for the future. And literally, I took my I Love Me binder, and I fed it into the system, and it converted it into an electronic service record. Which now we are able to utilize to create customized transition paths, or depending on what you're looking for. I mean, how often do you guys know we're like, hey, we need this or we need that? Or there's a treasure trove of information in our evals and fit reps. It was always fascinating to me when we do a resume. Frequently, it's a high-level resume of the culmination of your career, but what it misses on is those paragraphs in the back of every eval that talk about the things that the wins that you had, or specific programs or things that you did that really gives insight into who you were as an individual. Well, guess what? Companies are looking for those things, and those things are helping you. So all of this goes in there to help create that customized transition that Britt's talking.
And it is for life. Like at any time you say, hey, I'm going to change careers, you go back in there, hey, I need a new resume for this job, whatever. It also has a predictive piece to it where it says, hey, you are eligible, here's all these other jobs that are out there and available to you, hey, we'll create.
And to connect them with you guys. TurboVets can't be fully successful on its own. We need you guys in the system. We need tremendous partners who are doing great things. The technology can only do so much across this nation. We know there's roughly 43,000 nonprofits. There are millions of companies who are looking to hire veterans. That enables success. We will need you guys.
Yeah, you know, this isn't, TurboVets is supporting, but this isn't an advertisement. This is something I wanted you all to be aware of. I wanted you to be aware of it because it's coming down the line. I wanted to make everyone aware so that you can think, okay, over the horizon, what does this look like? If TurboVets doesn't do it, somebody else is going to do it. I'm just going to tell you that. Data is a big issue. We see it when we do Operation Deep Dive and we identify the veteran who's at greatest risk or has the highest likelihood in a community of taking their life. Would be really great to bounce it against a data set that said, this veteran, this is their background, and oh, by the way, we matched it up with those who were at risk. And so they got a tag to it. I just, again, I want, if you get a chance, Britt, you're going to be here for a couple of, for both days, and Jay, you're here for today, all day today.
Yep.
You know, I encourage you to sit down and talk to him and learn more about TurboVets. We got 15 more minutes, but I wanted to make sure that everyone in this room understood that these guys are here because they've got a great product that I believe in. I've seen it, and I think it's the future. And we just need to figure out. Remember, I said when I opened up, leave your ego on the street. But you need to sit here and figure out, okay, how do we fit into this new technology? And so, you know, one of the first soft truths, special operations truths, are humans are more important than hardware. How do you guys see that fitting into the technology that you have? The hardware, when I say hardware, software.
I mean, humans very much at the core of this. You know, going back to the promises that we all made to each other, that we're kind of doing on the tech side, right, what you did on the human side. So this is very much a collaborative effort, if you will, with what TurboVets is doing. But it really is. This is a point in time. Make sure I say this very cleanly here. This is the time to make the change. If you look at how you know, not only the suicide piece and ideations, and it's the message that Jay is saying that veterans aren't broken. That has a self-fulfilling prophecy where, you know, you're not going to get recruits coming in the door if veterans going out the door are labeled as being broken all the time. Yeah, maybe you get a little bit of bent, but this is about empowering that human to say, look, no, you are not broken. Someone not telling you you're broken. You have more to give. You just went through this selection process your whole time. You have more to give here. So all we're going to do is help you get there. No handouts, right? Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You did great things for the country. You still have more things to do. Now get off your ass and keep going, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, some of you are laughing, right? Some of us are more like this and not like this, right?
Yeah,
you know the difference, right? Right, that and this.
Yeah.
This is about, hey, us having a handshake with that veteran. Hey, you did great things. Keep going. Right?
Yeah.
We're going to help you get there, right? We're not going to give you anything, right? We're just going to help you get there.
How many of you enjoy the coaching, mentoring aspect of what you do? I think most of us. How many of you, the reality is the administrative side typically prevents our ability to really get deep into the weeds on the coaching and mentoring. We spend so much time gathering data, understanding, inputting data, researching data, all these different things. And the reality is technology is going to enable us to be able to do all that at a lightning pace. And if we already have that data ahead of time for you guys, you now would be able to get a snapshot of that veteran and be able to see who they are and their family and their hopes and goals and dreams right out of the gates, which now elevates your ability to connect with them as a human and spend so much more time on how do we help you become successful? How do we help you find your new mission and purpose in this life? So the human element's critical. If there's anything I think we've figured out over the last I don't know, 15 years of social media is we're hurting humans by creating separation through technology. And so we need to do something to bring us back together. We need to leverage technology, but we need to elevate the humans. So that's what I believe our mission is.
No, and you said it perfectly. I want to circle around to something because there's a number of employers in the audience, a lot of companies out here. Talk a little bit about the hiring piece on this, and what does that look like? Again, it's a life cycle. What is that? Tell me more about that.
You're probably best to fill that one in.
So our goal is, if we understand who the veteran is and we have their data, and in our transition piece, it's building a picture of who they are and who they want to be. We obviously, I mean, we all went through TAP, and we've been doing a lot of studying. Unfortunately, it's been 12 years since I retired, and TAP isn't much better than it was when I left. It's not really customized, or oftentimes what it does, hey, you were a Navy SEAL, so you'd be really good to go into law enforcement or federal or things like that. That's a very narrow scope. And what if I don't want to do that? I'll be honest, when I left the SEAL teams, I was like, I'm done making a living with a gun. I didn't really want to do that anymore. Some veteran may say, hey, I want to be a chef. Whatever it is. We want to help guide them and connect them to the great groups that are doing those things. So we're able to tee that up, and then through automation, integration, and the customization features to match them to the groups who are helping them to do those things. And we're even able to expedite that process because every company, nonprofit, corporation, you have intake paperwork. And obviously before we do anything, we need to vet, we need to verify, we need to make sure we have the right information to get them into our system. We can expedite that. Once we intake you, and don't get me wrong, this isn't all going to happen overnight. This is a phased approach for us over the next year or two. But we will have a process to bring you in, and when you have intake paperwork, whether it's hiring, whether it's VA loans, whatever it is, we're able to go ahead and pull that data and automate it and send it over to you ready to go. That veteran is already vetted and ready for you. It matches your mission, and you guys are now able to move forward to help them. That's our mission, whether it's a job, whether it's employment, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's, business funding, all these things.
Did it come up modeling for you when you did it? Male model?
It actually did, but
Okay.
then it was like you'll crush the modeling space if you model.
Oh,
so it
you're
told
saving
me,
it for others.
Yeah. It would have been. I would have broke.
Yeah.
It actually said you'll break the American dream, and I couldn't be selfish, so I had to.
That's great. Britt, tell us about your partnerships. What do you have so far to date? What does it look like? And what's in the next 6 months, 1 year?
Well, I don't know what TurboVets is going to look like in a year, but I mean, could you imagine? I mean, we're thinking like SpaceX style piece, like we're just putting this thing on the launch pad, or the analogy to putting the plane on the runway and putting the wings on this thing. It's just going to be it's an incredible platform, right? Where we're going to go, like the dreams where we're going to be. I told you all about this whole life cycle piece. We have ideations of mortgages, right? Of other finances, credit cards for veterans with reduced rates. I mean, really, the sky's the limit, right? Partners, obviously, with you guys or TriWest. I think I saw some of you out there, if anyone's there. So, I mean, the sky's the limit, really. This is about us connecting, basically what I said, what you're doing on a human level, us on a technical level, so that when, right, that veteran or that spouse sits down there in front of this thing, says, I don't know where to go, right? You go here, and it's going to throw some ideas at you and say, hey, here's some options for you to think about.
Jay, you and I have talked about, and you guys, everybody in the audience who serves veterans, you know this, you come home, you have stories of you can't make this stuff up, right? Somebody comes to you and they tell you a story about what's going on in their life, and it's a Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, VBA, state program, complex, and you just think, how did you ever get into this position? And I don't think everything is, I don't think technology solves for everything, but you and I have talked about the human interaction. We keep going back to it because everybody here works at the human level, right? They're here at the human level. I love how you guys do listen about, hey, how do we integrate the human into the technology piece? How do you see that working? What do you guys need for that to happen? What do you need what's the charge for the audience?
Well, for us, the first thing that we need is, hey, we need buy-in, right? We need you to go to our site. We need you to talk to all your other VSOs that are in all your respective states and say, hey, give TurboVets a try, right? What we're asking here for you to do is say, hey, give us trust. Get on our site, try it out. This costs you nothing, and just test it. Literally try to break the thing, because this is the opportunity to build something that all those other entities, they're all out there putting Band-Aids and patches on there. You've got different system here for that, or you really like this one, but it's not quite right. What we're asking for you here is trust us and try it, right? Give us input so that we can build the tool that you need, right, to help empower other veterans and our fellow teammates. This is what we're asking for here. This is the time to make the tool that you've always wanted, that you have earned, that you would expect. If we were all in military service right now and you have this problem in front of you, what are you going to do? You're going to put all the assets and resources to solving the problem. This is no different than what we're doing with TurboVets. So we're asking for the trust. Log in, come talk to us. We're here to build that asset.
Yeah, we need your input to do that. That's the reality. We don't have all the answers. I mean, it is built by veterans. I mean, we've gone through, I've experienced every aspect, of this journey that many of you have experienced. The bureaucratic hurdles, the ridiculous things like, the third-party liability letter they wanted someone to blame and get money from when I got shot, which was a story all in itself. Those are the things that are, a struggle for our veterans. I fully believe that this path to navigate, if we can help, it will reduce some of the mental health impact and the suicide impact. I truly believe that. But we need you guys. And the problem has been in the past with all these disaggregated systems, there have been some people that have tried to do some things, and it wasn't quite there. Technology wasn't quite there. Well, I believe technology is there, but it's going to take your input in order for that to happen. And not to say, well, hey, this didn't work. Veterans were skeptical people. So if we're like, well, this didn't work immediately, so I'm just going back to create my own system. Well, you're only contributing to the problem we already have. All these disaggregated systems that don't speak. We want to leverage your expertise. We want to leverage your amazing human capabilities as coaches and mentors and experts, but unify through that system. And if that's really part of the belief and the trust that Britt's talking about, and it's going to take a little bit of time, don't get me wrong, but it will be significantly faster because technology is moving at an exponential pace as our developers talk to us about.
Yeah.
And Jay's not afraid of feedback, so his cell phone number is 867-5309.
Yeah. Man, how did you know?
I know. I have it memorized, I dial it at night and you don't even know it.
Jenny answers.
Well, thanks, guys. Any closing thoughts before we wrap this up?
No, I think one other point, we're at the beginning stages of working with the VAs working with us on this, so that was a big hurdle for us. That was a big victory that we had in the past couple of weeks. So, we are being recognized, and at a federal level, we are gaining trust. So, hey, Jim, just want to thank you for this, for what you're doing. This is definitely some, I think, serious life work for you, and you are fulfilling your promise to our fellow teammates.
Thanks. How about you? Anything, Leif?
No, I appreciate all of you and what you're here and doing. An honor to be a part of this.
Well, thanks. These guys will be here for the next, Jay will be here all day today. Britt will be here today and tomorrow. I encourage you to sit down with them, talk to them, figure out what they're doing, learn more, provide feedback from your perspective, and share. Like we said, like I talked about in the beginning, this is about bringing everybody together and learning something new and then sharing. I can't thank you guys enough for being here and for sharing what you're learning, and thanks for the opening piece. Jay was like, "Oh, we'll do the fireside chat." I said, "Oh no, you're going to do your bit, your 30 minutes, because that's the only reason people are coming to the symposium, and then we'll do the fireside chat." So thank you for doing that, for taking the time. You're always perfect and spot on. Thanks, everybody.
We hope that you enjoyed our opening session. Now we welcome you to participate in a networking break. We will begin the program again shortly with a panel discussion on veteran quality of life moderated by CVS Health.
It started in 2003 with a backpack and a promise. Inside the backpack, essential care items, and the promise to our nation's heroes. Wounded Warrior Project would help heal the wounds of war and rebuild the lives of those who selflessly served our country. Today, we remain committed to fulfilling that promise, adapting and evolving just as their needs do. We guide them on their journeys to ensure that all warriors can thrive for a lifetime. We help them find their voices, become their strongest advocates, and push our grateful nation to rethink how we care for our veterans. Our mission is clear: to honor and empower wounded warriors. The promise remains unwavering. No warrior will ever be left behind.
We hope you enjoyed our networking break. Now we welcome to the stage Dave Lee, who will be moderating the panel discussion on veteran quality of life, sponsored by CVS Health.
Hi, how's everybody doing today? Are you all ready for the first panel? Oh, come on, you got to be a little more excited than that. This is the first panel. All right. Well, I think...
Before the sun rises.
Oh. Okay, and apparently I've already been pushed off the stage. Thank you all for being here. I think this is a great panel for us to be able to start with, and especially being here in DC. Not too far from here, there's legislation underway looking at establishing a National Veteran Strategy Act. But what we all know, everyone in this room knows, this work can't be done by any one organization. It requires collaboration across government organizations, for-profits, and nonprofits. And so we want to talk a little bit about that, of like how do we build this community of support for veterans. So I'd like to start and just let each of the panel members introduce themselves, share a little bit about their organization, but also share a little something that maybe people in the audience don't know about your organization and the work you do. So Christine, let's start with you.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Christine Hauge. I help lead the Community Partnerships and Investments team at Wounded Warrior Project. So our team exists, exactly like Dave was saying, to build partnerships with best-in-class organizations to build a network of support for warriors and their families. We truly believe that not one organization can do it alone, so we need to have partnerships. Wounded Warrior Project has more than a dozen direct programs and services as well. These span connection, financial wellness, physical health, mental health. So our partners help augment those programs that we provide for warriors and their families. One thing I would say that people may not know about Wounded Warrior Project is that we serve the active duty population in addition to the veteran population. So we try to reach them whenever they're still in service to help while they're in service if there's any needs during their transition, and then anything after that for the remainder of their life. So,
great, thank you. Commissioner Maxwell.
Good morning. My name is John Maxwell, and I'm the Commissioner of Virginia's Department of Veteran Services, and this is my second time through. For a couple of years under the the second half of Governor Northam's administration. I was affectionately known as the COVID commissioner, so for those of you that have that twitch, I'm sorry about that, because I do when I think of COVID. Took 4 years off, and during that time stood up a community veteran engagement board, and which have ultimately turned it into a 501c3. It went through all of the machinations that go along with creating a nonprofit that's there to connect veterans to resources in their community. And then back in January, I was called back to the Virginia Department of Veteran Services under Governor Spanberger, and have been there since mid-January. So we run the gamut of services, everything from helping veterans to file their disability claims, assisting them with connections to behavioral health and even physical health care, financial assistance, helping those who are homeless. We've got an education line that approves those schools that want to use GI Bill so that they can use those benefits, and as well as transition and employment. 3 state cemeteries, 4 nursing homes, and we have the Virginia War Memorial that is a memorial to the 12,000 Virginians who died in action since World War II all the way through present day, and serves to educate. So really 2 things that I'd want everybody to know is that even though V&A are in Veterans Affairs, as in U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and the abbreviation for Virginia, we are the state agency. That gets missed oftentimes. And then the second thing is that we offer all of these direct services, but we really feel like another role that we have is to be a facilitator and a convener to bring organizations together to collaborate. So thanks for being here today, and it's fun to be here.
Shannon.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Razadin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Military Family Advisory Network. We are a 13-year-old organization that, simply put, exists to make life better for military families. The how we do that is relatively unique. We have a peer-led advisory board that gives us a constant ear to the ground as far as what military families are experiencing, but then we test that information that we're getting from them through rigorous scientific IRB-approved research. We just released our findings from our Military Family 360 in June. We had over 10,000 respondents, and it's the largest independent survey of the military community. We're incredibly proud of that. But then we don't just stop at the data. We take that data and we dig deeply to understand how can we act. You know, we don't want to admire a problem through research. We want to be agile and responsive to what the data are telling us. And so when we identify an issue, most recently the challenges associated with frequent moves for military families, we respond, right? We create agile and responsive solutions like our PCS support program that we have, fortunately, right now at Fort Hood, Fort Bliss, we're at Camp Lejeune, and thanks to the incredible generosity of CVS Health, we are bringing that program this year to Hampton Roads, we're bringing it to MacDill, we're bringing it to Southern California, as well as Joint Base Lewis McChord up in Washington. And so really going coast to coast, knowing that that PCS, that frequent move, is such a pain point for military families, creating a restart for them every 2.5 years on average. Something that many folks don't know about MFAN is we own our research process start to finish. And so what does that mean? It means that we have the PhD researchers on staff, and that allows us to dive very deeply into the findings that we have. So when we have this report, which like the one we released a couple of months ago, that's truly for us just the tip of the iceberg. We are able to dive deeply into the findings to understand the nuances and really how we can deploy solutions that aren't a one-size-fits-all solution, because we know that there are so many unique experiences within our community. And so today I'm excited to really talk about not just the currently serving experience, but also how can we make sure that families are whole in service, because that's going to be a pretty darn good indicator of how they experience transition and also life as a veteran.
Well, let's follow up on that, Shannon. So, we've talked a lot that in order to make veterans successful, it really does begin with service. Can you share some things from your research that you think really makes that connection between the work you're doing with military families and how it can help ensure that veterans will be successful in the transition and beyond?
Absolutely. So one of the things that was most compelling, I found in the report that we released a few months ago, is that so many military families are kind of living on this bubble. They're okay, they're doing all right, but they're one thing away from finding themselves in a really difficult situation. We see challenges like food insecurity, we see challenges like loneliness, we see challenges with things like childcare. And when we see these issues come together and compound, that's when we have a really vulnerable situation. And so when we think about this community, like I said before, we cannot expect that if families are struggling in service, that they're all of a sudden gonna flip a switch and be great on the other side of it. We also have to look at all of these issues from the perspective of retention. We have to look at it from the perspective of national security and readiness. And so when we look at the whole family, it's really talking about this from the perspective of this isn't just a nice to have, these are national security issues. If military families are not whole, they are not going to stay in service. I mean, we've all heard the you recruit the service member, you retain the family. We have to make sure that these families are able to thrive as a family while they're navigating military life. And absent the ability to do that, we're putting people in a really impossible situation of having to make a difficult choice that they should not have to make. And so we see so many common through lines, things like military spouse employment. We know that that's been a persisting problem. One of the strongest indicators for a healthy transition from currently serving to veteran status is a spouse having a stable job. That gives the veteran the opportunity to really figure out life without the pressure that exists when you're trying to find that urgent paycheck. And so there are a lot of things that we've been looking at through the data as far as where there is a bridge and where there are truly gaps between the currently serving experience and the veteran experience.
Great, thanks. And one of the things I really appreciate about both MFAN and WWP is you all don't try and solve all the problems. You have your core competencies, and then you go out and you find others to partner with. Some of the work you talked about that you're doing with the Pantry Restock Box program, I think a great transition is you just announced that you're doing that in Virginia. So, Commissioner Maxwell, I want to turn it over to you. As we were prepping for this, you talked about employment only being a part of the transition process. Could you share a little bit more on your thoughts behind that with the group?
Yeah, absolutely. And Shannon, I think that you know the things that you just mentioned, we see this, and I look forward to getting the data too, because we know this, right? For the longest time, we have associated transition out of the military with employment. If you were to draw a circle and it was called transition, the old model is that employment would consume most of that. Yet we all know time and time and time again, it's not just about employment. It's about acculturation. When service members become service members, they were civilians. But when they leave the service, they go back to being a civilian, but they're a changed civilian. They are no longer that same civilian. And so you've got all these military experiences that go along with it that influence you and how you look at and exist in the civilian community. That's a piece that can take 6 months or 5 years, or it may never be complete. It just takes time. The other part of this is relationships. And so I think that many of you, if not most, can relate to the fact that when the service member comes home from a deployment and you know that they're deploying again in 6 months or a year, you can hold your breath for those little things that make you mad on a regular basis. But when you're home 365 days a year, because you're now a civilian, you now have to work through those. And so we know that relationships are a huge part of suicidal ideation. And so there's a connection all the way through there. And that's why we have begun actually some really difficult work in viewing transition through those three lenses instead of just the employment piece. And it's forcing us as an agency to take two of our service lines, one that focuses on behavioral health, homelessness, and financial assistance, to work hand in hand with our transition and employment folks. And that takes effort, because you now have to learn how to, each service line has to learn a lot about the other one so that they can be properly experts in both fields so that they can address a veteran's needs at any time.
And I want to follow up on one point, because you and your counterparts across different states, because of legislation, sometimes it's hard for you to quickly pivot to address a need. So can you talk about the value of partnerships in the work that you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have learned, I think probably the hard way, that no organization, and especially a state agency, we can't be everything to everyone. And in fact, I think we're doing veterans and their families a disservice in Virginia and across the board if we do try to be everything to everybody. And so, to your point, Dave, there, when you want to see legislation change, it takes time. We are going through right now, proposing legislation for things that will be introduced in the 2027 session. That's 6 months away, and then it's, oh, by the way, that's not even, it's a year before that could even be enacted. So this is a very long process from an state agency perspective. But you rely on your partners who are who can be much more nimble and to be able to take on some of those responsibilities or to fill those gaps. Or what's most likely is that they're already trying to fill those gaps, and we just need to bring a spotlight on that and help them to, when I say help, as in to give them the visibility and the support so that they can go do as well as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. And Christine, the work you do or I should say the work that Wounded Warrior Project does, we're talking today about serving veterans, but you serve the whole family. Can you talk about why that's important to you all?
Absolutely, and I think Shannon's kind of touched on it already some, but we truly believe that whenever the service member is serving, so is the entire family. So we try to provide family-centered programs as opportunities and also partner with organizations who provide that for the families across a variety of needs. So we see, this is going to be a terminology that I think a lot of people probably reference with, but when talking about caregivers, we think about the airplane whenever they say, put your own mask on before serving others. Oftentimes, caregivers are solely focused on taking care of their veteran, taking care of their family members, and they are not aware of the services that are available to them to help them better do that for their family. Often, we also look at whenever a veteran sees their family is taken care of, they're able to then focus on their own health and identify the needs that they have to be able to improve their overall quality of life, which then ripple effects into the family as well. We've also been talking today about how, the needs of a veteran now is not going to be the same 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. So being aware, so that they're aware of the resources that are available to them as their journey continues, as their needs evolve and change over time. So ensuring that the entire family is aware. One example I can provide is our Independence Program at Wounded Warrior Project. This serves the most severely injured of our population, and so we have taken a very intentional approach to including the caregiver in that journey and in that program so that they are able to receive respite time, being able to step away, being able to provide some caregivers for their veteran so that they're able to better care for them whenever they're there. And we've also included some of our partner organizations within that program itself. So we actually just had a partner organization provide a songwriting workshop for the veteran and their caregiver within that program so that they're able to step away from the day-to-day tasks, bond together, but then also build that peer network of other veterans and caregivers within that program so that they're able to go back and continue those relationships.
That's a great point. I want to follow up in just a second. There's one thing I forgot to mention up front. We're going to leave time to take questions from you all. So as the panel's talking, if you have things that you want to ask, please input it into the WOVA app. I'll make sure I go through that at the end to address any questions that you all may have as well. But I want to follow up on that point that you were just making, Christine. So there are certain programs that Wounded Warrior Project runs themselves, and there's others that you use partners for.
Right.
Can you talk about how you make that decision?
Sure, absolutely. So we, like I said earlier, we have more than a dozen direct programs and services, but we also know there are a lot of incredible organizations out there who are filling gaps in our services and are doing it better than what we could do. So we want to partner with them, and we try to take a very collaborative approach with this. So we look for gaps in our programs and services. We use our annual Warrior Survey, which if you're not aware of our Warrior Survey, this is the most, we work with Shannon with research as well, but this is a very comprehensive review of the post 9/11 generation in general. So we look at that and we see what the needs are that are being told to us. We talk to our program teams and seeing what the needs are on the ground. We work with our advocacy team to see, what they're hearing as well. So we try to be very in tune of what the community is saying and then adjust our funding priorities and who we partner with based off of the greatest needs. One example of this is last November, whenever the government shutdown was happening, we ended up trying to be very agile, and whenever we were hearing about the direct needs on the ground of the financial insecurities that the active duty service families were experiencing. And so we worked with Military Family Advisory Network and a few other organizations to be able to fund them to be able to do the incredible work they were doing on the ground, because they were being able to be responsive real time and being able to meet those needs. So we always just try to remain agile and meeting the greatest needs, but also staying in tune with what the community needs.
Great, thank you for that. And so now I've got a question for all of you. I want to just kind of get your perspective. There's a lot of organizations that say they want to help veterans, but how do you view determining who are the trusted partners that you want to work with? So Christine, I'll start with you and then we'll go down the line.
Sure. I think that, first of all, as I think we all know, there are more than 40,000 organizations who are currently serving the military and veteran population. So kind of to build off of what Jim opened up with today is going into it with a lot of humility of there's a lot of organizations who are doing incredible work and just trying not to duplicate efforts. We look at organizations who are being creative in how they're reaching the veterans that they're serving or the military family members. We look at how they are continuing to adapt and evolve, that they're not just being stagnant in what they've always done, but they're being innovative to try to anticipate the needs of the future. So we also look at, are their programs evidence-based? Are there outcomes? Are they looking at how they're measuring their outcomes and ensuring that their programming is meeting those needs? So that's just a variety, but there's a lot of different ways.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Maxwell.
So as a state entity, as a state agency, it's really interesting to see people approach us for partnerships. And oftentimes we're seen as a resource. And so that's one of the things that we always kind of tune into, right? So, which leads me to what we're really looking for in our partners. We have relationships with a lot of different organizations, but from a partnership perspective, we want to make sure that, first of all, we are both oriented on the same mission. And that may sound easy, hey, veterans, families, transitioning service members, but when you start getting into down in past that, you can see mission divergence pretty quickly. So we want to make sure that we're in the same space, working in the same mission. And then we want to figure out how does that partner complement the work that we're doing. I'll give you an example. So we have a state agency, Virginia Works, and I know that's another agency, but they're very focused on jobs. And so my thought is, why should the Virginia Department of Veteran Services have its own jobs board when I've got another state agency who does jobs? Now, we have a very specific line when it comes to how we ensure veterans and spouses and transitioning service members enter into the job market. But there's a role for Virginia Works, there's a role for the Department of Veteran Services. And it can be exactly the same way with nonprofit partners and business partners for that matter. Do we complement each other? Are we mission focused? And then we look at the culture. There are plenty of organizations where the culture is just not a good fit. And if it's not going to be a good fit, then you're not going to be able to engage in any kind of a formal agreement like a memorandum of understanding. And if that's the case, that's okay. It doesn't bother me if it's not a good fit, but it's got to be a good fit. And that takes a minute to figure out. It's a little bit like fundraising, right? You just don't walk into a fundraiser and say, I'd like $500,000. That takes months and perhaps years to get to that kind of thing. So it's all about developing a deeper understanding of each other.
Actually, Shannon, before you go, John, I have a follow-up question for you that came from the audience. What's the best way for community partners that may be hesitant to work with the state for one reason or another? The question's not specific, but how would you recommend somebody that may have some reservations about wanting to partner with the state? Like, how can they learn more about the pros and cons of partnering with you and your organization?
It starts with just asking, hey, can we have a conversation? You'd be surprised the number of people that reach out to me and commissioner.dvs.virginia.gov and say, hey, we'd like to have a conversation, and or a referral. And more often than not, I will have that conversation, or I'll have one of my teammates call that organization up and just start exploring how we can work together. And what I would encourage an organization that might be hesitant to work with us is just to say, hey, ask what their concerns are. It's all about a shared understanding of each other. And, we're not here to pick winners and losers. That's not our job. Our job is to serve veterans and their families. And so we just want to make sure that we have the best relationships to do that. So anybody that wants to work with us, call us. We'll have a conversation and just outline what it is the organization wants to accomplish, what do we want to accomplish, and is there a joint collaboration opportunity there?
Great, thank you. Okay, Shannon, now off to you.
For me, it's impact over ego. You have to be focused on driving change, even if that means putting the work before yourself or even your organization. And so I think that we've seen how partnerships can really move and drive change. I think we've also seen how partnership and collaboration can be used as buzzwords. And so it's how do we ask ourselves critical questions? How do we share our failures? I think it's really important to share what's not working so that others don't make the same mistakes. I also, for MFAN, it's really important that the work starts and ends with data. So part of how we've built trust with our community is that we're not going to lean into an issue unless the data are showing that that is an issue that we need to lean into. Christine mentioned not duplicating effort or reinventing the wheel. Sometimes us identifying issue means elevating the great work of another organization. Sometimes there is a gap and we need to design something to fill the gap, but also really being focused on the outcomes. How are what we are doing together collectively going to drive change? And I'm excited to see how this space is moving, and I know the next person is going to speak a bit about this as far as the partnerships with USAA and Honor Through Action. How can we get to collective impact? How can we make sure that our work is not being approached in silos, but we're looking at collective impact and collective change, because the reality is life does not exist in silos. Mm-hmm. And if we are deploying solutions in silos, we are missing it. We're missing it completely. The other piece too is really being willing to listen and trust what you are hearing. Military families are the best, and veterans, they're the best source of information about where they need support. And we have to realize, to Christine's earlier point, we have a whole new generation coming up through. We saw that with the government shutdown. We're seeing that with the conflict with Iran. We have people who have never navigated some of these challenges before, and it's important that we're listening to them, and we're not just rinsing and repeating solutions, but we're looking at what the challenges are through a new lens, and that has to be their lens, not our lenses. And so those are some of the hallmarks that are just really important for us in how we approach partnerships.
Well, that's great. And I'm going to pivot to another question from the audience that I think follows up to what you were just talking about, Shannon. Given how much has changed in the veteran support landscape, what does the data tell you about where the biggest gaps are now? And is there a problem you'd like to tackle but haven't been able to move forward yet? What would it take? And John and Christine, I'm going to follow up with you for your thoughts as well.
I think for me, one of the most damning findings that we had most recently was just around military spouse well-being. We saw significant challenges that spouses are experiencing as it relates to suicidal ideation. We also saw that they are very frequently turning to emergency rooms for emergency mental health, and many are not doing that just once a year, they're doing that multiple times a year. And one of the biggest recommendations, actually our top recommendation coming out of this research effort, is we have to look at military spouse well-being as a national security imperative. And we have to also think about it from the context of not just the military and veteran community, but our country, really, and what are the challenges that people are experiencing outside the military community, and how do they layer into the experiences and the nuances of this life. And so for me, that's the challenge, that's the big hairy item that's keeping me up at night, is how do we help military spouses become and remain whole while the service member is serving, because the reality is our readiness depends on it, and also the kids of those military spouses, they're the future of the all-volunteer force. And so if the military spouse is not going to encourage their kiddos to serve, we're gonna have a real problem. And so we have to make sure that while in service, the whole family is strong. And right now, that's just not what we're seeing through the data.
John, Christine?
So I want to piggyback on one thing that Shannon just said here about military families and children. I was visiting a partner last week, and they're in the mental health space, and asked them something that was surprising about what they were seeing, and they discussed children and their behavioral health, mental health challenges, to the point of kids in the 5 to 10-year-old range having suicidal ideations and understanding what that meant, the permanence of it. So, like, that is something, I'm sure you've seen that, but that is something that is, it actually is a little bit scary, right? As we're trying to assist families and bring families more into the fold. And, you know, admittedly, like at the Department of Veteran Services, it says veteran services, right? But we know that families are a huge component of the success of veterans. And so how we do that collectively is so important. I think this is not new, but the data just continues to show us that in transition, that the ability to take a service member's skill sets, especially those quote-unquote soft skills, and convert them into skills that is understood in corporate America, we are still on our rear end trying to work through that, because for some reason we can't collectively align all the efforts so that transitioning service members and veterans are able to say, here's what I did in the military in the language that employers can understand, and then also to get our employers to understand, to reach out and extend themselves. So this is a place where that I think that there is a ton of opportunity, and I just don't think that we've solved that problem yet at all.
I'm going to sound very similar from the mental health perspective. Wounded Warrior Project, we have a really big focus on mental health overall and suicide prevention. So, and I know that America's Warrior Partnership does. I know that we've all touched on it here. I know it's a focus of many of the organizations in this room. So just finding ways that we can deepen our collaboration to be able, in the military and veteran space, to be able to meet service members, veterans, and their families where they are, and being able to reach them. And our Warrior Survey, which is actually being released in February, some of the new findings are showing, you know, people are still remaining isolated. And that doesn't necessarily mean you're isolated as in a rural place. You can be isolated in a room like this. And so just trying to find those connections to where they are feeling included, to where they are feeling connected with their peers, not just for the veteran and service members, but for the families like we're talking about up here. Wounded Warrior Project helped fund the RAND study that Elizabeth Dole Foundation released last year, which is staggering numbers of caregivers who struggle with suicide and mental health. As Shannon's saying, the spouses are struggling with it. The Hidden Helpers Coalition, which focuses on child and youth caregivers, that we're hearing the same from children. So just overall, just trying to find ways to connect the entire family, whether it's children with children, spouses with spouses, veterans and service members with one another, to be able to help them feel more included, and not only, and then also hear of the resources that are available to them.
And so I'm going to add my 2 cents in on this as well. I think one of the things that I'm excited about with the National Veteran Strategy Act is the potential to start to bring organizations together to work together towards a common cause with an agreed upon set of metrics. Not every organization can solve every problem in the nonprofit space, in the government space, same for for-profits. And we have different core competencies as organizations. CVS is a healthcare organization. I work very closely with Sean Passmore at Wells Fargo and people from USAA, because they're the financial experts, and we've heard the challenges that come in the financial space. What I think is we need to do a better job of bringing all these different organizations and the lessons they're learning, not only about how to provide care to veterans and their families, but also what are they learning from the non-military connected community that we can bring in to apply to improve the health and wellness and the general well-being for our community. All right, so with that, let's follow up and talk a little bit about how do we measure that? Like, what's a good way for us to start to think about what should we be looking at in terms of driving impact? I mean, a lot of times we just look at numbers of people served, but that doesn't actually solve the problem. So, Christine, what are you looking at Wounded Warrior Project to try and measure the impact that you all are doing?
So many things, many things. But I kind of want to center this on collaboration, because that's something we're talking a lot about today. Is something we've continually found in our partnerships is, you know, every organization measures impact differently depending upon their mission. So whenever you go into a collaboration or a partnership, ensuring that both parties are aware of what it means to be a success at the end of that is so important, and being able to measure the impact from both sides. And that also, I feel like, helps hold both organizations accountable to be able to, whenever you're communicating throughout however long the collaboration's occurring, on what the challenges are, what the successes are. Shannon was talking earlier about just the trust and being transparent is so vital to being, to ensuring that outcome measurements and the impact occurs. Because if you're not being transparent with what's going on during the collaboration, the partnership, it just won't ever get to that end goal. So I think that just being aware of, like, yes, you need to have those quantitative measurements to measure impact using validated scales, ensuring that you are doing whatever you've promised to do, but then also having the qualitative of the stories and the impact that actually shows the human side of what the impact you're making is.
Great, thank you.
So how we measure impact, we look at it a couple of different ways. One of our key lines of effort as we are getting started here with this, in this administration, is federal benefit maximization, ironically, right? Even though we're a state agency. Because we know when veterans are connected to VA healthcare, there's at least some evidence that there are better outcomes. And so anything we can do to help them connect to their, if they have earned a disability rating, to make sure that they've got that disability rating and the right disability rating, that they're connected to VA healthcare, that they're connected to behavioral healthcare, whether it's in the community or from the VA or a community care provider that's part of the VA. And so the more of those veterans that we can get connected to their federal benefits, you see that, and we know inherently that there's the potential for some better outcomes. We have community providers through our community grant program, where we give behavioral health providers a grant to use their skills and their techniques in the community. And again, we measure how they're doing and the outcomes and the number of people they serve, and we look at how they screen in suicide risk screenings. And so that tells us another thing, if those particular programs are working. From a transition perspective, one of the things I think that we can do better is to work with employers and find out when there's a hiring fair, how many of those hiring fairs do we take the number of veterans or transitioning service members, how many of those turn into a phone screen? How many turn into an interview? Some of that stuff at the interview phase, I can't really control a lot, but we certainly can help veterans to, at least so that their resumes and the way that they approach those tables, that it's in a productive manner, and that can tell us whether or not the work that we're doing to set them up before the hiring fair, if it's being effective or not. So I think we start looking deep at what those outcomes are, and then backing into what is the measurement that tells us that outcome. And that is very difficult to do sometimes, because it goes way past volume, and it's into how is that outcome specifically measured.
You both touched a lot on what I feel. I think part of it is common definitions up front, both of the problem and also the end state that you're trying to get at. From there, it's identifying the milestones in the middle that you can have as benchmarks and really measure towards. You hear things like theories of change. It doesn't have to be so complicated, but you have to have a desired end state, and you have to think about at step one how you're going to evaluate your progress. I think that so often we have an idea and we get out there and it's all well intended, but we don't stop and think about how are we actually going to measure if this is working? How are we going to measure if this is moving the needle? How are we going to know if we need to optimize? How are we going to know if we need to sunset? And those are questions that I think we all need to be asking ourselves and challenging each other around, because I think we're all in this for the same reason. We want to do good by this community. We believe in this community. And that requires, again, the removal of the ego, the asking of the hard questions, and the being, open to change, right? And change is a good thing, but it can feel uncomfortable, especially in times where there's some uncertainty.
All right, we've got a bunch of questions coming in. So, John, I'm going to give this one to you, Christina and Shannon, if you've got you want to add into it. But the question is for a small organization that's looking on how do they raise funding. And so you've talked a little bit about grants, but you also have experience in the nonprofit space. So I'd like to point this question to you.
So I will freely admit to being, early in my fundraising work when I was doing before coming in here. What I learned though is that to align myself and to work with organizations that had funding, that had been successful, not because I wanted their money, but because I wanted to learn from them. And it was amazing to see when I talked to organizations that taught me how to communicate, how to message, how to develop relationships, how to find those connections, what that could ultimately do. And I learned that you can't, that the funding doesn't come overnight. So by getting in touch with and being having relationships and perhaps partnerships with some of the larger, and it didn't have to be like WWP size, but some of the larger organizations in the community, that was a way to be able to get funding.
Great, thanks. Shannon, anything you want to add?
Really trying hard not to be transactional, and really trying to understand what the organization is that you're approaching for funding, what's moving their needle, right? Like, what are they passionate about? What are their business objectives? And making sure that you're able to speak to that. I think that we're all seeing in this space an element of compassion fatigue, and we have to make sure that we're not approaching this work and this fundraising as just a nice to have and fluff, right? Not to say that fluff doesn't taste delicious sometimes, but we have to really make sure that we're speaking the same language of the people that we're talking to, and we're really holding ourselves accountable as far as following through, right? There's nothing worse than if someone trusts you with something and then you don't hold up your end of the bargain. So not being transactional, I think definitely focusing on the relationships and knowing that doesn't happen overnight, but good things do come in time when you put the work into the trust building.
I would say too, as a small organization, just making sure from your side that you align with whatever funder you're looking at too, because oftentimes we'll see that some organizations are willing to change their programming to adapt with a funder, or make alterations to what they believe the impact should be from that. And I say stay true to yourself. If you know that what you're doing and the work that you're doing is making a difference, and you have found that this is what's best for your population and your community, just not making changes to your organization to fit with the funder, but making sure that you fit together.
So there's another question in here that I'm going to read, because I think these two questions actually can be combined. The other one is, these conversations are impactful and necessary. Where and how are these panels and conversations happening outside this room in the civilian space? So there's an organization I've done work with. One of the things I think that they did that's been very creative is many of us in this room know that you attend events and you know lots of people in the room. But the reality is there's $300 billion that gets donated to nonprofits in this country every year. We shouldn't be competing against the money that's being donated into the veteran space. We should be all competing against that other money that's going to other programs and projects. So this one nonprofit, one of the things they did, they held an event in Virginia. They brought in people out of the athletic departments from each of the state schools, and they had somebody from ESPN come in and moderate the panel. People bought tickets to sit in that room because they were interested in learning about what was happening in Virginia programs, athletic programs, not because they knew or were interested in veterans, but the veteran conversation was included in that. So it created a room full of people that didn't know they needed to be interested in veteran programs, who now knew they were interested in veteran programs when they left. So I think there's opportunities for us to really look at how do we get into other spaces to start to tell these stories. Christine, I'm going to come back to you. There's a question here. As a veteran and suicide survivor, I know firsthand that my service dog has quite literally saved my life. Is Wounded Warrior Project exploring ways to connect veterans experiencing suicidal ideation with qualified service dog programs earlier in their healing journey? And is there evidence supporting that type of intervention?
Great question. So we have worked with some service dog organizations before in the past. We're currently working with Warrior Canine Connection. So we don't fund veterans receiving service dogs, but we fund their mission-based trauma recovery program, which actually utilizes veterans to help train service dogs for other veterans. So we're trying to reach both on the healing side of training the dog for another veteran, as well as providing the service dog for another veteran. We do have, for some of our mental health side programs, they also work with some of these service dog organizations. We have an information and referral database, just throwing that out there for every organization in the room and listening as well. You can just apply online for that, but that's a database that if any veteran calls into our resource center, they're able to connect them with an organization that fills that gap, whether it's like within a specific area that they live, or if somebody's needing a service dog, we're able to connect them that way too.
Great, thanks. John, this next one's for you. Can you talk a little bit about Virginia Values Veterans and the connection with your office?
Sure. So Virginia Values Veterans is a program that does two things. Number one, it was founded on the idea of educating employers on how to be veteran friendly. And the goal is connect with an employer and teach them the things about military culture, teach them how to be veteran friendly, and then when they hire veterans, especially if that they can receive a monetary incentive. So for us, if it's under 300 employees, for every veteran that you hire up to 10, you can receive $1,000. And then on the other side of that, we have the transition support side, where we have our teammates who are sitting down with transitioning service members and veterans, and then making those connections to those V3 Virginia Values Veterans employers. And so the goal here is really to create a group of employers in Virginia that are ready to hire veterans and their spouses. Spouses are they're a growing part of that, and we emphasize the spouse piece as much as we emphasize the veterans side and with our employers.
Great, thank you. We're down to the final minutes, so I want to give each of you an opportunity to just kind of share some closing thoughts. Shannon, we'll start with you.
I just want to say thank you all for being here, and I think that it's important that we have open and honest dialogues. I think it's important that these networking sessions happen between the panels and the speakers, because it's really important that we are talking to each other, but that also we don't just leave it here, and that we get out into our communities and we continue the conversation. I think that this space can become a little bit of an echo chamber. And so the more that we can expand our circle and have conversations and do it from a position of strength, but a position of, we want you to understand our community. We want you to understand how this community can impact your personal experience, your life, your family, your neighborhood. And so I just hope that we all continue to have these important conversations, but that we don't leave the work here and we really bring it back to other people as well.
Thanks. John?
So while I love the state, right, because I lead a state agency, the magic happens at the community level. And that happens by community organizations, it happens in neighborhoods, it happens with state employees, it happens with federal employees who are part of their community. And so the focus has to be on making those connections and for the community to hold up its role, for the state to hold up its role, and for the federal side to hold up its role. And by doing that, if we understand each other's responsibilities and roles and we excel at them and we hold each other accountable, both up and down for those roles, we will see improved outcomes, because what will end up happening is our veterans and their families, they will know where to turn, and when they turn, or if they don't know where to turn, when they turn to somebody, that person will quickly get them to the guidance, the assistance, the mentorship, the life-saving support that might be necessary at that moment. And that cuts across churches, neighborhoods, nonprofits, and government entities. And without us all being willing to reach out and make those connections, then unfortunately we will stay in our own silos, and that's probably one of the worst things that can happen.
Christine?
I also want to say thank you for being here. I know that we are all very dedicated to the missions that we all individually serve, and so taking the time away to be here is just so important for building those collaborations and networking. So it just speaks to so much of what you all are here today for. But I would say keep asking the hard questions too, is what I want to challenge. I know that it's really, we all are very passionate about our missions and our organizations, but continuing to challenge ourselves of, should we be partnering with somebody else to do what we're doing? Should we expand our programming in a certain way? Do we need to bring it back inward more? Just making sure that we are continuing to meet the needs now, but able to change and evolve and meet the needs in the future too. Because as we're seeing today, this current generation of service members is very different. The needs that they have are different from just 20 years ago in the post 9/11 veteran population. So just continuing to remain curious in the work that we're doing and figure out how we can work better together.
Great, thank you. And I'd just like to thank the members of this panel. When we did kind of our pre-brief last week, one of the things they all agreed on was they wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for you all to be able to provide some questions. Sometimes those questions can be challenging when you don't know what's coming. So thank you all that provided questions. I'm sorry we didn't get to all of them, but to the panel, thank you for your time today. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the symposium.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
If you're a veteran or military family member, the people who are in your life want to hear from you.
We respect you, we honor you, we need to protect you.
You have family and friends who are here for you, and we are ready to talk. We want to know what's going on.
Don't check out. Let us check in with you.
You have a purpose, you have a meaning. Our country needs you after service. You're a hero, you deserve nothing but the best. It's hard to move forward when you're holding on to the past. Keep going.
The best decision for your health is raising your hand and asking for help. It's a strong and powerful thing to do.
Find the words, write it down, text, call, get the message out that you need this help.
You're not alone, and so many people want to help you. There's hope. There's always someone out there to call.
Please welcome to the stage John Richardson and Laura Potter.
Well, is everybody ready? Please keep eating your lunch. Enjoy your lunch as we sit here for this fireside chat. I'm so incredibly honored to be sitting next to a dear friend and fellow soldier, General Johnny Richardson, who is the Senior Vice President for Policy and Alliances at USAA. We've heard a theme today about the ecosystem that spans from the most local community organization all the way up to the corporate level, and these corporate relationships are very important. So we're thrilled, Johnny, to have you here with us today. We will try to field some questions towards the end, but this is a short chat. Johnny is blessed to have two excellent teammates, Eddie and Emily, here, right over here at this table. Raise your hands. So if you don't get a question fielded by Johnny, please seek them out today and tomorrow. First of all, I'd like to thank you for being here. You can read his bio on the Whova app, but beyond his bio, I think it's awesome that his family lineage represents well over a century of military service in our nation's wars. Between that and his 5 combat tours, I can't think of a better person to be doing what he's doing and to be talking to you about what he's going to talk to you about today. And since we're talking about USAA, I would also like to give a plug, for those of you who have not seen it, to the National Military Monument. It opened right down at the bottom of the steps of the Lincoln Memorial on the 28th of July, and it will be here, I think, until the 23rd of August. And if you haven't seen it, it's really fascinating. It's 2 flagged murals that are displaying about 41 million veterans of all of our nation's wars, and you can go query your name and take a picture of yourself against that mural, or the name of a family member, or the name of a veteran that you are in the midst of helping through one of your organizations. It's a really wonderful, wonderful endeavor. Okay, so USAA launched Honor Through Action last year on Veterans Day. With a healthy amount of funding to go with it. And he's going to talk to you a little bit about that effort, but when you think about it, it really is going to bring to light the very theme of this 2-day symposium: strength in partnership, empowering veterans, and enriching communities. So, Johnny, if we can begin, many people, I think, have heard of USAA's Honor Through Action effort, but they may not fully understand its mission and its pillars. Can you talk to people about the initiative and how it strengthens communities that support veterans, service members, and our families?
Yep, Laura. And first of all, Laura, thanks for having me. AWP, a great partner. And it's a bit intimidating to be up here with Laura. She and I did capstone together, and I know how smart she is. And so I'll do my best to hang with you today. Honor Through Action. So, launched on Veterans Day of last year by USAA. It's a national movement to improve the quality of life for military families, specifically designed to attack systemic problems. And my organization was stood up as part of that. It's called Policy and Alliances. And our CEO had me build a team that is focused on policy. That targeted philanthropy is part of the solution, but if you really want to make systemic change, you got to attack policy. And so, Honor Through Action, I'll give you the overall USAA transformational model of that, and then drill down specifically into philanthropy and policy. So there's 4 strong points to, we'll call it HTA, Honor Through Action, of HTA. One of them is targeted philanthropy. Then there's policy transformation. And then there's 2 other pillars. One, and they're internal. One's internal, business integration. So that is USA walking the walk. If we say spouse employment is important, okay, well, USA, what are you doing internally to improve spouse employment? If we say small business, veteran-owned small business is important, what are we doing? So we've gone back and looked at our procurement, and so we can walk the walk and not just talk the talk. And then the other strong point is corporate alliances. So we have reached out to strong, reputable brands that have a reputation of supporting the military community and asked them to join us as partners so that the power of many over the power of few, which is really then the theme that I'd like to bring this group to, is this idea of targeted philanthropy and focused policy built on alliances. So when the CEO stood me up as an organization, he said, it's going to be called Policy Alliances. And I thought, well, no, it should just be policies. And then he made me really realize, this isn't about USA. First of all, it's about the military community, and we can't do it alone. This is the whole concept behind HTA is about collaboration and building alliances so that we can better support the military community and bring the full power to bear. All the themes that you all have been talking about this morning. And it's data-based, it's data-driven, and Shannon was up here with MFAN. We're working very closely with MFAN and the data that they are able to provide us to help us decide, okay, where are we going to focus our effort? What are the pillars? And we have 3 primary pillars in Honor Through Action. Meaningful careers, and we're really talking about that transition period. Financial security, and then overall health and well-being. And so the concept here is that we build alliances, we find a common purpose, and then we drive, using our brand, using the power of our brand to drive systemic change in those 3 areas. Specific to policy, the priorities we really have 4 lines of effort. Transform the transition process, modernize the PCS process, spouse employment, and then what we call our dynamic issues, housing affordability, food insecurity, and childcare. And we all understand these are all interlinked, and I think as we go through the process, we're going to see why ecosystems are so important in solving these problems. So how does it support communities? Well, at the end of the day, policy has to be, the thread has to run all the way down to the communities. It's not going to be solved in Washington, D.C. alone. It's going to be solved at echelon. And where the rubber meets the road is where it's so important. I was at the DAV just this weekend at their national convention, and they were describing a story on about a community that has cracked the nut on veteran suicide. Baxter County. In 2015, Baxter County, Arkansas, had the highest veteran suicide rate in the state, averaging about 2.2 suicides per month. They had 26 veteran suicides in 2015. The community decided we can't just rely on the VA or outside agencies to fix the problem. We're going to fix it. This is our problem. This is our community issue. And so they teamed up with nonprofits. They teamed up with the VA, with the DAV, with the VFW, and they took ownership. In 2018, it was down to 13 suicides, 2021, 3, and last year, there were 0 veteran suicides in Baxter County.
Wow.
That's community-based emphasis. So an example that within HTA, so that really, for me, that drove home the importance of the community, that this isn't going to be solved here in Washington, D.C. It's going to be solved with support from policy change, but really it's the community. And one example within Honor Through Action is this idea that spouse employment is so critical to the financial security of our currently serving specifically. And every time a military spouse PCSs with their service member, they have to start their job over again. They have to go find a new job. And in today's world, you need two incomes, especially our junior enlisted. And so when that spouse loses his or her job, you've cut that family income in half, and quite frankly, probably more than a half these days. And these are families that are having trouble making ends meet with 2 incomes. And one of the challenges is childcare, and it just shows you this interlinkage of all these issues. Childcare a PCSing family is going to wait anywhere from 3 to even 9 months before they can get reliable childcare. Well, now the spouse can't go out and get his or her job, or even seek to. And so what USA did on the philanthropic side is we teamed up with Armed Service YMCA, and we've started a pilot at 5 locations where a PCSing spouse can go and drop their child off at the Armed Service YMCA free of charge, 2 hours to go seek employment, do an interview, prepare for an interview, and then thereby get employed. Then they can pay for childcare, and so that's an example of how teaming up with the YMCA and using philanthropic dollars to drive a systemic change in the environment to help military spouses seek employment. Immediately following that, and some posts by the Armed Forces YMCA, the Pentagon calls and says, hey, we want to talk about this. We want to see the data coming out of this. And so what we hope to see is that this is that the department takes this ownership and sees this as a viable option. And so there's a great example, because that's happening at the community level. Those Armed Services YMCA are part of those military communities. And that's just an example. And now you're seeing the thread run all the way back up to the Pentagon.
So you highlighted a couple of great success stories, whether it's targeted philanthropy, you touted the success of the Arkansas local community effort, and I'm sure from your corporate vantage point, you have seen successful and less successful techniques in this area. Can you talk about maybe some best practices that you've observed among communities or organizations that you think are making the greatest impact for our veterans?
Yeah, so this idea of operating within an ecosystem, collaboration, partnership, and alliance building, that is the way of the future. That's the future of veteran support, and it's so encouraging to see the conversations that are taking place here, because I think the nonprofits, the VSOs, and corporate America are starting to see the power of collaboration and not going alone, and going away from this fragmented approach of trying to solve the problem and looking at it as an ecosystem. Because if you think about it, let's start with the problem. Laura's an intelligence officer, so she'll appreciate this. You should always start with the red pen, right? You should always think about the problem before you come up with the solution. And if you look at the problems, they're all interrelated. I described HTA in 3 pillars, but if you approach them as 3 pillars and try to solve them as individual problems, you're not going to solve the overarching problem, which is that they're interconnected and they all affect each other. And so this idea of building alliances where people have different core competencies and we bring them together to solve a problem and solve the systemic problem, and not just some of the smaller issues that aren't the actual cause of the cancer, if you will. And so I think the best practice this symposium is bringing it out loud and clear is this idea of building coalitions and working on things as a collective group to get collective results, while empowering the veterans and the communities to solve their own issues. And what the group in here represents is leadership in this space. And the problems of the 21st century are so complex and so wicked. And for the military community, this interconnected series of pain points is so complicated that you can't use kind of 20th century leadership of a single solution. You have to mobilize a larger group to solve the group's problem. And that's what's happening here today. That's what is happening within this community. And I think we're going to start seeing some real positive results.
Yeah, that's great. You know, I was thinking about, you know, the hundreds of thousands of people that this community already serves, and, you know, approximately 200 to 250,000 retiring every year in the coming years. You talked a little bit about policy change on transition, and it might be interesting since these organizations will inherit those service members that have just transitioned. Can you talk a little bit about transition reform?
Sure. Well, I'd like to focus on one that we're it's a policy issue. There's so much great work being done, grassroots. The Arkansas is a great example of suicide prevention. One that we are very focused on is VSI, Veteran Sponsorship Initiative, and it's a survey. It's a 15 to 30-minute survey that a transitioning service member can take, and it will predict whether or not they are a high risk for suicide. It's out of the VA, out of the VHA, a retired infantry lieutenant colonel who went and got his PhD and is a psychologist now. He came up with it, and it's predicting to 93% accuracy whether or not this service member is likely to commit suicide after transition. And it's being piloted by the Army right now at 5 installations and having incredible results. And not only is it identifying the high-risk transitioning service members, they are immediately being put into DEERs. And then a warm handover to the VA, and immediately going into the VA system and getting care, which is reducing the chance that they are going to commit suicide. And if you ask the VA, who is pretty excited about it, one of their biggest challenges is getting the high risk, ironically, the ones that need the help the most are the ones that don't sign up for their VA benefits. And this is going to help solve for that. So that is an area that we are very focused on. We're working with the Department of War. We're working with the VA because we're trying to get it inserted into TAP. And if anybody has dealt with trying to get anything inserted to TAP and get into that curriculum, it is very, very difficult because everybody wants a little bit of a departing service member's time. And so I think that's an example of HTA in action, is us supporting this pilot and then communicating with the Department of War, the impacts on it. Now the Navy and the Marine Corps are interested in piloting it, and then getting the two agencies to talk to each other and agree to insert into TAP. And I think once we do, we're talking about saving thousands of lives from this one small initiative.
Yeah. Wow, that's great. Thank you for working so hard on that. You know, when you were talking about some of the best practices, I'm wondering at your level if you're able to sort of help the ecosystem with some of the financial duplication of efforts, financial implications. You talk about targeted philanthropy and all the money that's going into this space. Have you seen a lot of duplication of effort from your level and techniques to sort of ensure we're not falling into that trap?
So I would say, of course, one of USA's core competencies is financial readiness, and so the support of the financial security. And so I think that a great example of how USAA specifically can support the ecosystem is through financial education. And the theme of HTA for our CEO is this isn't about USAA. This is about the service members. So there's opportunities for us to use our educational foundation to white label educational material. You know, that it's because it's not about USA, and it's not about just our members. HTA is about the entire military community. And so how can USA work with the Department of War and the Department of Veterans Affairs to incorporate some of our financial education into required curriculums for currently serving, and then also make it available for our veterans? And I think that then the question is, okay, the duplication, and so an opportunity to have what we've done in HTA is we've been holding roundtables with other corporations, and so an opportunity to have a financial roundtable and bring the Wells Fargos and the Navy Feds and let's all get together and so we aren't duplicating the effects, and which is a bit of the theme here of collaboration and partnership. So we aren't duplicating, and not only are we not fragmented, but we're not duplicating as well. And I think we can do that on the financial services side.
Great. So Liz O'Brien, in her opening remarks, I thought she made a really excellent point about systems that are overlapping, and you've talked quite a bit about that. And of course, at AWP, we also like to tout that together we can do better. And given that the core part of your role as a senior vice president is on building the alliances, can you talk about maybe some things you see on the near-term horizon on future alliance building that might make this community more coherent or efficient or cohesive?
Yeah. I think Shannon said it earlier, impact over ego. I think as long as everybody has a common purpose, checks their egos at the door, then it fosters partnership. And what I would say, what I've seen, I've only been retired for about 2.5 years, but I saw this community in action in a previous military position that I had. And the tone and tenor has changed, evolved over the last, I'd say, 5 to 10 years. It wasn't, I don't know if it was ego as much it was, there was such a plethora of resources out there, and everybody wanted to do well, that everybody was very focused on their lane and trying to solve a single issue that was in that ecosystem. The tone and tenor now is we're stronger together. Like, build an alliance. You are good at this, you're good at this, you can provide these resources. How do we come together as a team to solve these interconnected problems? And what's so encouraging is to see this new mindset of going together versus having good intentions and going by ourselves, and not doing more by ourselves, but doing more together. And I think about it as far as in my Army mindset in terms of mass. Like, can you mass at a decisive point with all your resources? And that's the kind of the tone and tenor that's taking place in these conversations is, how do we pool our resources, our expertise, and our influence on a decisive spot on the battlefield? Because it is a battlefield. I mean, our military community is embattled, and they are fighting a war every day. And so how does this collective group then mass and synchronize their effects on a decisive point to solve a pain point versus piecemealing our resources around the battlefield and not having a decisive impact?
Great answer, and I think it sort of leads right into a question that we have from the audience. So many organizations are doing an excellent job supporting military families during a crisis, but there are often gaps in long-term recovery and quality of life. How does USA envision partnering with smaller, mission-driven nonprofits that provide very niche or specialized services, such as coaching and resilience programs for military families and caregivers?
So I think if you think of HTA as an umbrella that everybody comes up under, and we matchmake. If we're all in this community together, and we uplift a core competency or a specialty, a niche benefit that we can provide a family, if we're all talking and under the umbrella, then we can connect that person to the right individual. Let's take before HTA, and let's say you just came to USA. Well, and USA decides, well, we can't support you, and then you were off on your own. Well, now it's like, we can support you by connecting you with this person or with this group. And so what the intent behind Honor Through Action is to gather this community and build alliances, not just one, build multiple alliances based off of the problem that we're trying to solve, and be a connector between different organizations. Someone was telling me about an elevator earlier today.
That was me, actually.
No one would know about that if we weren't in this big room together. And then let's talk about how we could get that organization married with somebody that can then amplify that small nonprofit that's doing great work in a very small community, and how can we amplify that by partnering them with somebody that can really blow that up.
Yeah. We had a great discussion with Turbo Vets earlier this morning talking about technology. At USA, are you using data platforms and advanced technology to help you better see who's under that umbrella?
I will tell you that we're using data to see what the problem is. That's a great question on whether or not I know. So our corporate impact team is the owner of our relationships with our nonprofits, and I'm amazed at the reach that they have and the connections that they have. As far as their technology, I'd probably have to defer to one of them on how do they manage that. But I think that's a great question that I would definitely take back.
Yeah, I just think that's a really important part of the Wave of the Future. I know just this morning I met several organizations that I didn't know the great work that they're doing. So I think sort of one of the things going forward is that visibility of who's all under the umbrella. Okay, so we have another question. On behalf of our Gold Star families, thank you for the beautiful memorial, first of all, and I do encourage people to go see it, particularly those of you who are out of town. So the question, too often when we talk about military families, Gold Star families are often left out of the conversation, and many lose their connection to the military community along with their service member. Is USA exploring partnerships to help bridge that gap?
So there's no, in my mind, no more special group of people than the Gold Star families. And the sacrifice that they have made for our country, for our way of life, is, for me, I probably should stop talking about it because I'll just kind of tear up, because that group can never be forgotten. And we have to keep them under the umbrella and wrap ourselves around them. They are a special form of patriotism that only they can understand, but that we can all appreciate. And I know that at USAA, they hold a very special place, and that outreach to that community is so important for all of us, because we don't ever want to forget their sacrifice, the sacrifice of their service member, and remembering that, whether it's on a wall or whether it's a policy that we drive, that is so critical to this nation.
Well, we're nearing the end of the panel, so for those of you who still have questions, please follow up with Emily and Eddie. On behalf of the co-hosts, Hiring Our Heroes and America's Warrior Partnership and this beautiful facility here, we'd like to thank you for being here for the Fireside Chat, and encourage USAA to continue all the great work that it's doing in support of our veterans.
Thanks, Laura.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, John and Laura, for participating in that discussion. Now joining us on stage, please welcome Chiri Tam, who will be moderating a panel discussion around rural, urban, and tribal community-based programs.
Hello, how is everyone? Are we still awake after lunch, ready to go? Well, we have a great panel for you guys today, and so what we're going to do is we're going to start and we're going to introduce ourselves. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chiri Tham. I'm the co-founder of America's Warrior Partnership, and I'm the Chief of Programs and Initiatives with our organization. Without further ado, Danny.
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the invitation here. Thank you so much. My name is Danny Simpson. I serve on the Navajo Nation Council. I'm a enrolled member of the Navajo Nation tribe. I come from a community called Hanatla. In Mexican, it's Huérfano, and it's always appropriate for us to also introduce ourselves by clan. Yate, Twitch eating. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Nami. Hi, I'm Verdi Bowen. I'm the Director of Veterans Affairs for the state of Alaska. And you wanted a little bit about ourselves. So I served 23 years in the Air Force. I'm a software engineer by trade. And so sometimes, you know, if I do things, especially in my state, it's always engineering. And the way you work with people is that same way. You just have to reverse engineer whatever the government's telling you to do and fill in the gaps.
Thanks. Jake Adams, I'm the Director of the Indiana Department of Veterans Affairs. I've been at the post for about 18 months. In state government, I come from economic development prior to that, so I didn't really have a purview. I didn't have being here on my bingo card. But it's been a really great opportunity. I was in the Marines for 10 years, transitioned in 2015 back home with my family. So it's just been a compelling conversation on how we serve veterans, how do I help my friends, our families, and so I'm just thankful to be here.
So now that you guys know us, we'd kind of like to know you. Can I see a show of hands of the folks in the room who consider their primary area of focus to be rural? Great. Can I see a show of hands in the room where your primary focus is urban? It can be multiple. Yeah. Primary focus, tribal. Okay. So we have received already questions for the panel today, and what we decided to do is we would start with your questions and opening up. So as we're talking, if you want to put additional questions into the app, please do. We'd like this panel to be led by you guys. Because we want you to take away from information that will add value to the work that you do in any type of community that you're working with. So the first question that we're going to have a discussion about as panelists is, what is one successful strategy you've seen for improving collaboration between VA, community organizations, and local partners to reduce gaps in care for veterans in rural, urban, or tribal communities?
You know, for the Navajo Nation, you know, the Navajo Nation is the size of West Virginia, and you know, we go through a lot through where we try to provide service for our Navajo people, especially our veterans, and how we partnership up with certain entities like the state, the federal government. To me, I think we being in a rural area, we do have over 400,000 tribal members within Navajo Nation, and you know, a large amount of our people have served in the military. And how we go about partnership with other entities, we're still struggling with that to this day. Even how do we partnership with the state governments, federal government, and other entities. It seems we're, as Navajo Nation leadership, through the Navajo Nation Council and also the president and the vice president, we're striving to how do we partnership with these entities to better serve our veterans, our Navajo veterans within the nation. And to this day, we're still moving forward to make that happen. And we'll try to amend our laws within the Navajo Nation codes to see how we can better serve our people along with these partnerships that can become available. So we are still struggling to this day. We are still struggling with the federal government. We don't even have a VA hospital within the Navajo Nation. Again, as I stated, we're the size of, our land base is the size of West Virginia. And, people had to travel, our veterans had to travel over maybe 200 to 300 round trip just to go to a clinic or go to a hospital to get service. And same thing to get state services or federal services for veterans, they still had to travel a lot. And when I say travel, we still have a tremendous amount of unpaved roads and what they call washboard, and our people travel on these roads and our veterans alike. So some of our veterans still had no electricity to their homes, no potable water to their homes. So these are partnerships that we need throughout the nation to try to get these type of basic infrastructures to our veterans. And again, how do they get service? How do you get your service to the outside? And again, traveling on dirt washboard roads, it gets complicated. So again, the mileage, the roads are not improved, simple infrastructure that are needed for our veterans are not there. So to this day, we're still struggling to try to provide service to our veterans, and again, with the outside entities. So, go ahead.
Yeah, Danny, so, the Navajo Nation is a vast area of geography, right? Would you say that a larger, how you guys do it is you leverage your chapters, which are located throughout the Navajo Nation, and try to educate veterans on resources or what's available through the chapters, or is there another kind of method or means to being able to communicate?
I believe a couple of months ago, the Navajo Nation Council passed legislation to recognize our veteran organizations within our 110 communities within Navajo Nation, and these certain these 110 communities are broken up to a certain amount to where they're represented by a agency. So out of 110 chapters, 30 might go to one agency, 20 might go to agency, but all comes to 110. So we did that to how do we get more of information from these various organizations to how we can address their issues with certain entities. For 2 or 3 months, this law has been in place, recognize these organizations at the 110 communities. I think it's really helping the veterans to address their issues, again, by Navajo Nation working with other entities. But again, we're just still struggling to make these things happen, but it's a start to amend our codes within Navajo Nation. And I'm speaking as a tribal leader. And we're trying to do our best to how we can work with other entities, like I said, the state government, county government, federal government, and other private entities. So don't get me wrong. I think we have come a long ways to help our veterans that reside on the Navajo Nation and to work with other entities, but it can be, be better. We can do better as a Navajo Nation Council to really address their issues.
Thank you. Bertie, you've got some similarities that Danny's talked about as well, and some additional things. Would you share with the audience?
Yeah, we're a little bit different. The state of Alaska's actually, the land mass is 3/4 of the United States. We're 630,000 square miles. I have 350 communities, 358 communities that are in the state, and 161 of my communities do not have road access. When he was talking about water and stuff like that, we have some of our communities have community water. When you get in some of my communities off the road system, it's definitely third world. The only way to it is either small plane or a boat, or you wait until freeze up and you take a snow machine. And and we do have challenges, but when you were talking about how do we partner, we do something once a month. We get together, do a partnership meeting, and it brings all the government entities together that we can, and we discuss ways that we can bridge this gap. I think this goes back to me being an engineer. We just look at all the things that are there. We first of all, like on healthcare, we looked across the state. We have some of the most advanced healthcare through our native healthcare system. And so what we did is we signed agreements with every entity within the state of Alaska that allows veterans, no matter what community they're in, to go to the tribal health system that is closest to them, and the VA pays for that care and that system. The only thing that you have as a veteran is if you have a copay here, you would have a copay in that native healthcare system. The Alaska Native Healthcare Consortium pays the copay for the native veterans, so they don't have to, but the non-native veterans will have to pay their own copay. And that works out really well. The other thing that we do is that we have the Highly Rural Transportation Grant, which helps us transport some of our members into healthcare. Now, that doesn't work everywhere because I've only got 2,600 miles of road. Most of the communities don't have road. The 161 communities, some of them might have road, but this is a challenge we have in those communities. They don't have gravel. So you don't have gravel roads. You have either mud or boardwalks that you run your four-wheelers across. And in Southeast Alaska, we have something that's called the Marine Highway. The Highly Rural Transportation Grant said they will only cover recognized systems. Well, because it's in our Constitution, we're probably the only place that allows for ferry systems under the Highly Rural Transportation Grant with the VA. But the VA and the state and our native partners, we all work collectively together with our veteran service organizations to try and limit the impact on our veterans in the communities. My philosophy is a little different. The Army, and I'll pick on the Army because they do the most recruiting in most of our states, but the Army will spend millions to go out to the most remote hilltop and pull someone off there and send them off to basic training. And they take all the money that goes to it, and then they bring them back and drop them off and wave at them and say goodbye. Our job, on the VA side of the house, we should actually do the same to deliver those services that they've earned out to those communities. And the job's on us to break down those barriers, between that individual. Now, there's several times, you'll hear someone say, well, I have to move to the big city for something. I don't believe you should have to move anywhere if that's your home. Now, if you want to go out for advanced degrees at, George Washington University, that's different, But I think that we, the onus is on us to try and break down those barriers. And most states have remote areas. They have areas that are hard to get to. They have, most communities are set up that way, and we have limitations. But it takes a team really to sit down and try and figure out how to bridge those limitations and make it equitable for all of our veterans.
And I think you hit on a lot of really key things. It takes the leadership at the top, where you are as the VA of Alaska, to recognize this is what the VA does. This is where we can extend, but this is where our partners really can provide the resource in the community, and we want to support the partners to be able to do that, which allows for it to kind of spread throughout the geographical area of Alaska. Right?
Yeah, I'm excited to share this conversation with back in Indiana, because we thought we have a rural problem, and then you put me on stage with the Navajo Nation in Alaska, and our problems seem a lot smaller, and I've appreciated the opportunity to have the conversation about helping rural vets. But I'll tell you, one thing that we are trying to do in Indiana is just the integration of systems that help veterans systems that help people. There are those systems inherently in communities already. In our space where we've got a mix of rural and urban and suburban, the idea that we are not in the business of creating new pathways for veterans to get service independently of the systems that already exist, right? So we look at the approach, at least from our perspective, is government get out of the way, and then how do we amplify the veteran message within our businesses, our nonprofits that are already serving people. And that kind of the value add perspective that we're trying to get to. And it seemed to work, at least for us, in the kind of this, I would say, Indiana as a suburban setting, Chicago, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Louisville, that kind of feather into Indiana. And so that has seen success as we're moving along, that entities that never would have thought serving veterans was something that they would be interested in. But going to them and having that conversation, breaking that down, that the community next door has already done, or the business next door to you has already made those connections. How do we do it? And so I always think of our proposition, and the question is that I think we can touch rural, urban really well in Indiana by just adding value to entities that are already providing care for veterans.
Yeah, and we've heard throughout the conference today about there's no reason to duplicate, right?
Yeah.
One of the follow-up questions to that question, when people put in questions, then it goes up to the top. Oh no. One of the follow-up questions to that question was, how can small organizations replicate what you guys are doing? And I think you kind of touched on that. And I think it's always important there is no too small organization. You know, it's organizations can be located in anywhere across the community, but it's on that organization to let the other organizations know what they do, what they offer, where they're located, so they can be a part of, stealing from Admiral Mullen, a team of teams.
And government perspective, right? Like if you're a small nonprofit, it is hard. If we have your reporting system, you've got to send invoices, you get reimbursed, nobody has cash flow to be able to support their program. And so that's why we think that if we can empower organizations that have the ability to serve people, if you're veteran-centric, you should be able to partner or have an opportunity to coexist with an entity that can meet the demands, right? We're never going to get rid of the bureaucracy in most cases when you're using taxpayer funds to support systems, right? There's an accountability, there's a transparency that should exist. But not so cumbersome that it prevents small organizations from having to utilize those resources. So the balance that I think Verdi and I run into, and I think the state of Virginia was speaking earlier, was that how do we balance the expectations that we have set forth to serve the community, but still be nimble and flexible enough to get resources in their hands. And we always welcome feedback. We get them probably on a monthly, weekly basis on how well we're doing or how well we're not on things, and it's always helpful to get that feedback.
Yeah. You guys have anything to add to that?
You know, again, as I stated, we have 110 communities within the Navajo Nation, and some of our communities might just have a population of maybe 500, and certain communities might have a population of 10,000. But all the veterans' needs are the same. And how do we address this by, you know, we just don't want to go, this community only has 500, this community only has 10,000. But as a Navajo Nation Council, we want to address all the veterans' needs, and they're all the same. They're all the same, and we want to make sure that, you know, we don't want to just push small communities to the side and say, oh, they're small. They're totally different, but again, all the veterans' needs are the same. All the issues that we're trying to address are the same. Thank you.
I have probably an odd view of this. It's even in the motto I wrote for my office. You know, we serve Alaska, just one single veteran at a time. And that, you know, I always laugh about that because when Secretary Shinseki was in the VA, he says, "Can I take your motto?" I wished I would have known and patented that motto because I could have funded my office, because now you're getting everything one car at a time, you know, one bathroom at a time, you know, it's really funny. But, you know, nonetheless, the whole thing is that, you know, there's no such thing as small to me. I can't even, just like all you all here in this group right here today, you have to learn from each other how to develop your programs in order to reach your veterans. And I'll give you, this is just a Verdiism from Alaska. I got 70,000 veterans. The VA says 58,000 are combat veterans. And I know 25,000 people receive compensation and pension from the VA. We receive over $600 million in compensation and pension. I can tell you that 42,000 people are infantry out of that group of 58,000. I should have 42,000 with compensation and pension just because of hearing loss. That would push me over $1 billion. Could you imagine in my small state $1 billion coming into those households and what that impact is? And that's the way you have to look at it. Whether you're small or not, if you're impacting one single person, one single household, then you're changing the dynamics of that whole community. When I get off the road system, I look at hearing loss is that those funds will come into that community, and that fund will change hands 10 times before it sort of disappears into the community. So when I look at the community, veterans have such huge value in each one of our communities and their families with the benefits that they bring, that it's really important for me to break those barriers down. And if I have a small 501c3 says, "I'll come do this for you, and we're going to partner with you," we're going to partner. It doesn't really matter who it is. We're going to find a way to get through the red tape to get us to success. Now, does that mean that out of every 10 people that come to me with great ideas, you know, I guess the fun part about that is there's a lot of people with pixie dust and they can show up with these wonderful ideas, but it takes the attitude to push through and just become the champion of whatever that idea is. And then that impact is felt throughout our communities. And so, but here in this room, you guys have the power to champion your programs, take back ideas, and to expand whatever you're doing to provide those services to those individual people that you're serving. Is that?
Danny, we have a question directly for you. Does the Navajo Nation provide resource centers for veterans?
Navajo Nation has their own Veterans Administration. Again, they have departments throughout the Navajo Nation, especially within the 5 agencies I just mentioned, which is Eastern, Northern, Chinle, Fort Defiance, and Tuba City. So those are, they are supposed to be working with different resources throughout with the state or the federal government, but we do have resources out there. One of the things that Navajo Nation has done, we passed a law to where 4% of our overall what runs the Navajo Nation government is usually about $400 million. Now on top of that, we automatically take 4% off of that for the Veteran Trust Fund, and from the Veteran Trust Fund, we take a dividend from on an annual basis to help out with the veterans with their maybe some type of gas money to go to the clinic, to go to the hospital, or get some type of service from the outside entities like the state or federal government. Then the other part of the money is used for housing assistance. With all the red tape within the federal government, state government, it's hard for them to get a home. So the Navajo Nation has, again, established this Veteran Trust Fund to provide housing assistance for our Navajo veterans. So again, with our Navajo Nation, we do have our own Veterans Administration within the nation, and departments are scattered out through the Navajo Nation, and they're supposed to work with different resources to bring service to our veterans that reside on the nation.
All right, what I want to do now is I want ties off, roll up our sleeves, we're getting out, we're getting in the communities. What strategies have you guys noticed that partners have done or yourself has done to really get grassroots into the communities and identify the resources that are needed, whether it's rural, urban, metropolitan, tribal? What did they look like, and how was that achieved? Go ahead.
Well, I think we've got to have a champion for every cause in a community, and it looks different for us in Fort Wayne, Indiana, than it does in Bloomington, Indiana, as it does in Indianapolis. And so we take the approach that we love the fact that we found something good and we can duplicate it, but honestly, we're finding a lot of times it's the people involved. And if we can empower and connect them, that drives a program and we see success. The unfortunate part is when that person leaves, you usually lose a momentum or capacity in that space. And so our success has been finding those champions and empowering them to have connectivity, right? And for us on the state government side, it's access to information. It's allowing them to feel powered, and frankly, the community sees them as that light for veteran resources, and that has worked. And that program probably, whatever we're working with in a city or a community or town, is going to look different in the neighboring one. And I think we've accepted that, right? Because most of the time, state government, from my perspective, sees a good model, and then they want to deploy this thing across the state, right? They want to carry this banner, and even in corporations and companies, you think that would be the way to do it. And what we're finding is, and what I'm understanding is, that's not the reality, and that there are actually limitations or diminishing returns to trying to scale something just to say, you know what, you are as good as what you're going to be, and let's go to another community or another network to be able to build that capacity. So the bones are always good to how we do it and had success in Indiana, but scalability is something we've found that doesn't necessarily work.
I can answer that sort of. When I first took this position, I thought that it was best to go see every community in the state of Alaska. So I've been to every community in the state. And with that, I was sort of emboldened with the wrong way of thinking. I spent a lot of money up in Barrow, Alaska, which is now called Utaglavik. And I tried to do outreach up there. I tried to get people to show up, spent a lot of money in advertisement, doing all of this stuff. And we'd have 4 or 5 veterans show up at an event. And then my son, if you can believe this, who's a pastor, he says, Dad, he says, you're doing this wrong. This is the family you need to know in Utaglavik. If you go meet with them, they'll talk to you and tell you what you need to do. So I sit down with that family, and the next time we had an outreach in Utaglavik, we had 500 people there. The thing is like you were saying, each community is different, and so I had to go back through and rethink what I was doing in the communities. So what I did was, and I always like giving credit where credit's due, in Oklahoma, on the reservation in Oklahoma, they have something called the Tribal Veteran Representative Program, and it teaches people basic 101 VA. And so I brought that program to Alaska, and then we started teaching people in all of our communities. Now I've got 480 volunteers, and so now I don't go to a community without knowing who to speak to in that community so that I can establish the proper contacts with the proper elders so that we're not spending money. Because, the government likes to spend money sometimes. In my budget, I don't have any money, so I have to be very strategic in how I reach out. And so this just puts kingdom-type people in each one of my communities, and they really help me reach out into those communities and deliver services much better. And it goes back to that point where we need to provide the services to the veterans where they live. And what better way to do it than with the people that know who they are?
Do you have anything?
Out in Apple Nation, the unemployment rate's around probably a little over 50%. And that's the same with our NAPA veterans. and to get resources. We got all this technology that's available today, but within Navajo Nation, we're still trying to get broadband to our Navajo communities and internet services to our communities, so they can use those new technology to try to look for resources that they can get help. Again, going back to even going off to get service on with the state or federal government, again, they have to drive on a washboard road. Again, they can't afford certain having a high unemployment rate on the nation. That's a problem we're facing, not just with our Navajo people, but also with the veterans. And that's why we established the Veterans Trust Fund to help them out with what we can. And we put about $12 million towards this veteran assistance on an annual basis. But we have so many veterans out there on the Navajo Nation, we can just help what we can with that $12 million. But at the same time, we're trying to provide these type of basic infrastructure for our Navajo people, which includes the veterans, so they can use the technology. And, if the technology is available, again, it's just something that, a lot of our healthcare is coming from through the internet. And just imagine if the Navajo Nation, we can get those type of service to our Navajo people, especially our veterans too, a lot can be done. So it's just something that we're trying to work with right now, and we're doing our best as leadership of the Navajo Nation Council, but we're moving forward. And I just don't want, I use the word struggling, but yes, there is a struggle. But as we're resilient as Navajo people, that we know we can get through this and try to get the best service for our Navajo people, from partnering with different entities, the federal government, private entities, and the state government. Thank you.
If there was, kind of touching back on Verdi, when you were talking about like one success in a community, has a ripple effect by doing that. If you guys think about your areas and there was one resource across your territories that you would like for folks to have, what resource is the number one? Or that you have seen folks most identify as needing?
I'll dig in. I think that, mental health services, as we roll it out across Indiana with our certified community behavioral health clinics and rural health transformation, I would like to see a more comprehensive approach to how we serve veterans in the mental health space. It's a bit fragmented. I tell you, when in Indiana we went to a healthcare model where I get to sit in the room weekly with the state health commissioner and the head of FSSA and Medicaid, and so I get to see the human health, public health side of things, right? And I see already fragmentation that government's created just for getting Medicaid applicants to appointments, or getting state Medicaid plans, getting appointments and where the resources are, and then where the veterans shuffled into that. So to honestly, I wish there was a more seamless kind of blanket around veteran mental health that doesn't require the federal VA to get involved and to have to regulate, check, and verify these providers. So yeah, I just think we're coming a long way, and that mental health is healthcare. We know that in Indiana, but to be able to, I wish it could just happen faster and more comprehensive, so vets can just go to a community, get mental health, see a therapist. Not a shot over the bow here, but we were talking about this. I mean, you're in the VA's mental health space, you're a revolving door of clinicians, and you meet with someone, and then next 6 months later you're meeting with someone else, and you can't build that trust. Why can't we just go see the person that lives in our community, that's consistent, that understands? And I just, I believe we're working on that. It's developing, but to answer the question, if we could have it now and tomorrow for veterans, that would be it.
Yep. So we'll call that healthcare, to be inclusive of both physical and mental.
That's it. Yep.
How about you, Verdi?
Well, I think of, I look back when I got out of the service. You know, the military knows what's broken in you the day you step across that line and become a veteran. There should be no need for service officers. There shouldn't be a need for any of that stuff. The day you step across that line, the benefits that are offered to you that are supposed to be yours should be handed to you at that point in time when you walk across. You know, your medical record says what's broken. The first page in your record tells you all the things that are chronic and critical, and the VA should be able to go to that and provide that to you as your disability page. The next thing right after that, you should be automatically enrolled in VA healthcare. There should be no forms to fill out for VA healthcare. It should be automatic. It should be a transfer from the active duty military to the VA. You shouldn't have to go through that. Most of us spin our wheels throughout most of the people's lives trying to find records that are lost. You know, it's exasperating to me, especially when I see a young person that was born after 1973 to have a letter that says their records were burned up in the 73 fire. Let's get real. You know, that excuse has been long too in existence, you know, that they've lost those records. Of course, they've lost the records, but I think the onus should be back on the VA to prove different, not for the veteran. I mean, it's hard enough as it is. All of their benefits start with their enrollments within the VA healthcare system and within the VA benefit side. And we can't move big mountains until those are done. And sometimes when we have critical stuff that's going on, it would be nice to have had that done the moment they stepped across that line.
When you have a Navajo veteran come to you, and it's very heartbreaking when you ask them under status of them applying for their benefits that the federal government told them they'll have. And in Navajo, when they state it in Navajo language, you know, it sounds like it's very disheartening to hear. In Navajo, they say that "Iswan's na nish, Iswan's na sos." Basically saying there's too much paperwork, there's too much red tape, I give up on it. And just imagine living, you have to commute 200 miles, you have to commute 200 to 300 round trip, and you're told, come back tomorrow. That's frustrating. Very frustrating. And now they have to, again, as I stated before, we don't have, the majority of the veterans don't have this basic infrastructure in place where they can do using technology online. So again, some of our veterans give up. I'm not going to go back over there and drive back over there, 200 miles. So when they tell you that in the Navajo language, it gets to your heart. And you're just trying to encourage them, let's find a way. Let's find a way. Even though the Navajo Nation might provide transportation to these services, but then been told them that come back tomorrow. They give up. They're already struggling in different ways and try to get basic infrastructure now to serve their country and tell them come back tomorrow, come back next week. And you finally have a grandpa that knows these benefits, that serving a veteran from the Korean War, and all the paperwork that they're told they have to fill out. Grandpa's not going to say, I'll do it. They give up on their benefits. They never receive their benefits. So those are things that were, one thing is that how do we work with not just the Navajo Nation, but other tribes. How do you cut the red tape? How do you cut the paperwork? So all the benefits they're entitled to be very simple. And they'll be an answer.
What I've been hearing from you guys is we have the resources. We have local, we have state, we have federal resources. And the two pieces that were strongly identified was health care and benefits, VA earned benefits, and the transition, really, right, from service into civilian life, which is we know has always been, you know, a challenge and is still difficult to this day. And a lot of the resources that we do have locally are set there to help with that transition. But you can't help someone, whether it is a small community or a large community, that you don't know, that you and your partners cannot collectively identify and not duplicate and support. And Jake, you touched on a very, I was really excited when we talked in our prep about Medicaid and an effort that you're doing in Indy, and you spoke about in Alaska. Would you tell the audience kind of like one of the ways that Indy's doing that and leveraging Medicaid?
Yeah, I think that it all started with asking the question, and I know that's a mantra nationally, I guess, in some cases, but have you served? I will tell you, getting in the veteran space, and I'll get to your answer, I know time, but even the reality of who's a veteran and who's not is a challenging one. And I can tell you, I've been, and maybe some of you have been in it feels like a Royal Rumble sometimes. Like you're like what is a veteran, right? And I see state legislatures look at it differently. I see federal government tweaking, you know, eligibility requirements. And so what we've done in Indiana is what we weren't doing initially was identifying our veterans that are on the state Medicaid, federal Medicaid program, right? So we ran the numbers and we found that there were 50,000 veterans on our state Medicaid program, which obviously if they're on the program, they meet some requirements, right? Their income requirements, they likely have a family, kids, and why are they getting help from the government? I say help from the government, but getting resources and benefits, and the VA and their veterans, and they're not even in our purview, right? They're using state resources, federal resources, when they could be eligible for state or federal benefits. And so we weren't doing a good enough job of identifying or asking that question, have you served? And so we're implementing rules now to understand how we can identify those veterans, and our state agencies on the VA side can get a hold of them and reach out to them, right? Maybe they don't want it, but they need insurance. That's why they're on Medicaid. But how do we make sure that it's one benefit that keeps them from falling into a gap that's irreversible? And so I think if governments can maybe look internally to the fact that we provide resources and services to everyday citizens, but how many of those citizens actually are eligible for veteran benefits, and why can't we look at our own backyard before we go out on the streets trying to find a veteran and you were saying spend taxpayer dollars on outreach when I have a database sitting at an agency 2 doors down that has 50,000 veterans that haven't even been engaged and are using the state's resources. So thanks for letting me highlight that. And I think that is long-term work, right? That's government reform, that's government efficiency. And I think those will be the steps that we are going to take in Indiana. I know other states are taking them. And if we can get to a point to where there's some synthesizing, we're going to see veterans that need help get it sooner. So thank you.
Bertie?
Well, what we did in my state is I started working with the Social Security Administration first. A lot of people will file for Social Security disability, and then that caps them out at the, you're not going to receive a lot of funds. And if we can get them into the office, the Social Security will actually stop their process of paperwork until they come to my office and get a paper signed saying that they're not eligible for VA benefits. Most of the time, those people will come back and have way more VA benefits than they would have ever received from Social Security. And so we've been able to help raise the quality of life for those individuals on that side. On the Medicaid side of the house, I'm still working on that to where if a person identifies as serving in the military, that we work with Medicaid to ensure that those individuals get into the VA healthcare. We all know that Medicaid is emergent urgent care, and the VA is from the bottom of your feet to the top of your head. And urgent emergent care is great, but if you have, I'll just pick on blood pressure, you need a doctor to monitor that for a long time. That's not something you want taken care of in an urgent care facility. You want that taken care of over the long haul. And so the onus is on us to try and fix those pieces. The last piece that we have within the care is that our native healthcare system in Alaska is just outstanding. And so anybody that's in that system and the VA is paying back into that system saves us millions of dollars in traveling. I think we save on average about $35 million a year in travel by utilizing the healthcare close to home. And it also helps us stop a lot of those advanced cares of things because you catch it early.
Danny, how do you guys identify veterans in the Navajo Nation? How do you guys find veterans in the Navajo Nation?
Okay. The Navajo Nation has established, amended Navajo Nation codes to recognize the veterans organization within 110 communities. And those communities are very crucial to where they tell the Navajo Nation government how many veterans they have in their communities. So that's how we kind of get the data from our local veterans organization that when they meet on your not annual, but a monthly basis. So our veteran organization at the local level are very crucial. They tell us the issues that they want the Navajo Nation government to address. They tell us the numbers of the veterans, and again, who needs a home, just basically everything that each veteran needs within the community. That's how we get our information to the Navajo Nation government.
I think the trend is you guys have thought outside of the box. You don't just have to go to traditional veteran VSO, NGOs, VA to identify the veterans. You're going out into our other systems that every veteran is going to be associated with, whether it's the DMV, whether it's Medicaid, whether it's Medicare, whether it's Social Security Administration. Veterans are like everyone else, where they touch all the same things that those who did not serve are touching. And I applaud all of you for thinking about using those larger entities to be able to help you to identify, to serve those that you don't know. I think a lot of times on a lower level in terms of being in a community, we also get tied up on that. I have to depend on the veteran service officer to know who the veteran is in this community, or I need, to rely on this organization that works with veterans that I know is in that community to know the veterans there. We don't think about veterans are going to the grocery store. They're going to, and particularly in the rural areas, across there's not a Dollar General, a Jiffy Lube tire place, or a car wash that might be the only three things standing in a rural community. And when we're doing our mobile outreach, whether that is with healthcare, whether we're bringing our benefits officers to the community, it's okay to look at non-traditional areas and to build relationships with those entities where those people are going and say, I'm going to consistently be here. Every Monday from 3 to 5, I'm going to be at Jiffy Lube. And if you're a veteran, come talk to me. I want to know you. Or Dollar General. Or it's about thinking outside the box. And I appreciate so much you guys sharing all of the efforts that you are doing, the strategy and the tangible things that I think our audience is going to be able to add to their rucksack as they are going out and serving our veterans in the communities. So with that, We've got 50 seconds. If there's a last comment, you guys each get 25 seconds. Ready, set, go.
Well, I'm going to just own where you're at with veteran services, right? And I think just be good at what you're doing right now. And I think we'll find reprieve in that. And we're going to see pockets of success. And you guys and what you do are those kind of the bright, shining aspect of that. So thank you for what you're doing.
For me, I think just seeing you here is speaks volumes. You being here, trying to figure out how people have best practices that you can take home with you. I think each one of you will be a champion just walking out of here at the end of this conference.
Basically, I say was from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being to hear us out to how we can address our veterans issue, especially within our Navajo Nation and other tribes. So thank you so much for being here.
We hope you enjoyed the panel discussion led by Cherie Tom. We have some interactive breakout sessions coming up in 10 short minutes to dig deeper into entrepreneurship, employment, and community integration.
We started the Avalon Action Alliance because there was a void. There's nothing. You know, when you think about our veterans going off to war, get paid very little, come out and are not treated properly because the facilities are not available. We had to make it available. Unfortunately, when you have traumatic brain injury, it doesn't work that way. And people are struggling every day just to stay alive. If you get a concussion in the United States today, there's no medical protocol for you. So somebody has got to take care of them. And my foundation, the Marcus Foundation, decided that we had to do something. We did our research. We found the right people. We found the protocols that work. And we are now effectively treating people all over the country.
We hope that you enjoyed our breakout sessions. We welcome to the main stage Brian Kelly, who will be moderating our next session discussion military and veteran health care.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our 4 o'clock session here, where we're going to talk military and veteran healthcare panel on building and bridging systems and advancing healthcare. As I was getting ready for this panel and I met with some folks, somebody said to me, "I'm so glad you're talking about these two systems because it's an abomination." And I said, I don't believe that's true, but we're going to have a great and fantastic panel that's going to be able to talk to that. And so let me introduce to you this panel that we have here today, who have a myriad of great experiences, practical applications, in some cases, practical experience being served in these healthcare systems that we're going to talk about. So joining me today, to my immediate right over here, is Donna Hoffmeyer. Donna's the Senior Vice President of Strategic Communications and Advocacy at Tri-West. Donna's got over 30 years of experience in both the public and private sectors, working in support of the military and veteran communities. And Donna is a retired Navy Public Affairs Officer. So welcome, Donna. Sitting next to Donna, joining us, is Dr. Carrie Farmer from RAND. Carrie is a senior health policy researcher at RAND and co-directs the RAND, Epstein Family Veteran Policy Research Institute, where she's published quite a few works in this particular area. So welcome to Carrie. Sitting next to Carrie over there from OptumServe is Amanda Roberts. Amanda is the Chief Operating Officer for OptumServe, where she leads complex healthcare operations supporting federal customers nationwide and oversees a portfolio of more than 60 federal contracts serving service members, veterans, and their families. Prior to joining Optum, she spent 20 years with the Department of Veteran Affairs, giving her a unique perspective on the challenges, opportunities, and the evolving needs of the military and veteran community. And down at the end over there from Humana Military is Alex. Alex Ware serves as the Deputy TRICARE Program Lead for Humana Military, having recently transitioned to this role after several years as the Director of Federal Affairs supporting Humana Military's TRICARE work. Before coming to Humana, Alex served as a Congressional Relations Officer with the Department of Veterans Affairs, where he was one of the primary liaisons for lawmakers and their staffs on veteran policy and constituent issues. Alex is also a veteran of both the Navy and Coast Guard, where he served in a public affairs capacity. So welcome to our entire panel. Thanks for being here. The topic you could have clapped there, it was okay. The topic we're going to talk about today, I'd like to give just a little bit of introduction to help us level set, if you will, everything that we're going to talk about. So what we're really talking about here is two different, really large, the largest federal healthcare systems they are. And they've got some similarities and some differences. So to set the stage a little bit, let's talk about first the beneficiary and patient populations. The military healthcare system serves approximately 9.5 million active duty service members, National Guard and Reserve members, uniformed service, retirees, family members, and survivors. The VA system has approximately 9.1 million enrolled veterans and provides care to approximately 6 million patients annually. From a demographic perspective, the MHS system really caters to a younger population, those active duty service members and their families. And in fact, as testimony to that, labor and delivery is by a wide margin, the most common inpatient service at military hospitals. The VA, on the other hand, serves an older population with a greater prevalence of chronic disease and multiple comorbidities due to the long-term health consequences of military service. Both systems do direct and purchase care. On the MHS side, MHS operates 45 hospitals and about 600 clinics worldwide, and their care is augmented by the TRICARE network of civilian providers and by the TRICARE for Life benefit. About 2/3 of the care provided under TRICARE beneficiaries is delivered in the civilian sector. The VA operates more than 170 medical centers and over 1,000 outpatient sites across the country. VA's community care network allows eligible veterans to receive care in private sector providers when access standards cannot be met or through other VA certain circumstances when it's in the veteran's best interest. About 40% of care for veterans is delivered in the community. And last, from a mission perspective, the military health system has a unique dual mission. That military healthcare system has to provide for a readiness mission, ensuring that the warfighters have medical readiness, both from a medical ready force perspective and from the perspective of the medical warfighters being medically ready force. So the MHS is also charged with delivering world-class healthcare enterprise service members have earned and beneficiaries that deserve. On the VHA side, the primary mission is to honor the nation's promise to make sure we're delivering comprehensive medical coverage, surgical and rehabilitative care to eligible veterans. Both these systems have some commonalities in that they do emergency response, research and training, education as a core mission of the elements to make sure they're strengthened. So you can see the differences in there. Sometimes there is some overlap. One particular case we can cite, a handful of integrated models, if you will, is the Captain James Lovell Federal Healthcare Center in North Chicago, where the two systems generally operate together, but otherwise mostly operate independently. So for today's conversation, we wanted to provide that as a backdrop as we get ready. And the first thing we want to talk about is access to care, something that's really important to all of us. And in particularly on access to care, there is an enduring challenge out there, and we all know that in both systems. During a congressional hearing recently, we heard from senior enlisted leaders of each of the military services, folks that we work with at MOA very closely, that access to problems is something the most widespread thing they hear. In fact, for us at MOA, from our veterans, the most widespread thing we hear as well. Repeated findings have talked about bodies and internal reviews along with veteran feedback about how we continue to cite access barriers to both VA direct and community care programs. So we're going to start with Carrie over from RAND, and we're going to talk about one of the things that we always hear about this, which is COVID-19 and the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's talk a little bit about how that reshaped the U.S. healthcare system as a whole, and what are some of the implications for the military healthcare system and for the VA care system. Carrie?
Great, thanks, and thanks for having me here today. I think one of the things to think about when we're talking about military healthcare and veteran healthcare is that both of these healthcare systems operate in the broader U.S. healthcare system. So I think this is a really good place to start. And there are many challenges in the broader U.S. healthcare system with access, with quality, with costs. So there's no utopia out there that we're going towards, and we need to be thinking about how we can improve care across all of these, in all of these aspects, in all of these systems. COVID definitely did highlight some challenges and brought some new solutions. So what we saw during the pandemic and as a result of the pandemic was a huge expansion of telehealth. That was something that had happened in bits and pieces, and really prior to COVID, VA had been by far the leader in providing telehealth services. But now telehealth is here to stay. It is a way that we can improve access in all kinds of ways, both in terms of reducing burden on patients for having to travel to appointments, especially in rural areas. There's also an expansion of thinking about other modes of care. So care delivered in retail pharmacies, or really trying to be creative about all of the different places that someone could get care. But we also saw during COVID that there's a lot of burden on the U.S. healthcare system, and we have a real shortage of healthcare providers in this country. So some solutions to that are expanding scope of practice for different types of professions, really working up to the full scope of their licenses. And these are all sort of like the context of how care is delivered for veterans and military populations in this context of really needing to improve access and thinking about our healthcare workforce overall for the whole country.
Great. Alex, I know Humana kind of works in all kinds of access positions in the system, so any thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I think Carrie really hit the nail on the head with the expansion of digital health, and it's not just telehealth; it's digital health, opening digital front doors and other opportunities through AI chatbots and areas where people weren't exposed before. I think there was a reluctance in many cases for people to utilize this technology, and COVID really provided us the opportunity to expand that and make many people more comfortable with it. And we're still continuing that process today.
Yeah, great. Let's talk a little bit about another aspect of access, which is, community aspects and community care access. How should we think about the role of purchased community care alongside DOD, DOW, and the VA direct care? And I'm also interested in sort of your perspectives in that discussion on the biggest access gaps today. Are those access gaps related to geography? Are there access gaps related to specialties, populations? What are those? And so, Amanda, we'll start with you, and then we'll come to Donna.
Yeah, I think Carrie talked a little bit about that the access gaps aren't specific to the veteran or the military health system. It's about the healthcare system overall, and we know that there are areas that are healthcare deserts and certain specialties don't exist. I think there's two things that I think of when I think about access, and then I think about like what we need to do to solve it. The first thing that I would say when I think about access is that it isn't just providing the network, right? Access really has to go beyond that to making sure that there's an experience for the member, in this case, the military service member, their families, or the veterans. And that means that the healthcare provider is able to see them, right? There isn't just a network that's there, but it's there to respond for the needs they have. So that's the first piece, the experience piece. I think the second piece, when you think about the issues of the healthcare system overall, that we have to really do differently, is we have to start solving the problems different. If we take, and I think I said this earlier, if we take tomorrow's solutions or yesterday's solutions to try to solve tomorrow's problems, we're not going to get very far. And so we have to start thinking differently. How do we do industry partnerships? How do we leverage the healthcare system and optimize it? Optimize the VA, optimize the military health for their missions, along with the community, so that we're really solving access collectively, because solving it for any one population isn't going to solve the bigger issue that we face.
Yeah, thanks. Great. Donna, how about from your perspective?
So first off, in terms of the role for community care or TRICARE with regard to the direct care systems, I think Amanda just really touched on that very effectively. Our role, and you said it too, is to augment and enhance those systems. And I think sometimes people get a little confused about that, but we're really here to support VA and the Department of War and what they need to most effectively serve the membership that they take care of. In terms of network access, so it varies very much by geography. So rural areas, of course, everybody's pretty well informed about their lack of providers in a lot of rural areas. But one new dynamic, it touches a little bit on the first question, the COVID question, that we've seen post-COVID. So I think most of us in this room know people who may have moved out of an urban area during the pandemic to a less urban area. I lived here, I moved to Colorado. And so a lot of people did that. You had states that used to be pretty underpopulated, Montana, some of the others that had these massive influxes of people move in to the area. And most of those areas were smaller communities, maybe not necessarily established with the infrastructure needed to support these large groups of people moving in. I live in northern Colorado. That's a good example. A lot of people moved to northern Colorado. We just moved from where we first moved in Colorado to a different community because where we initially moved, grocery stores were few. Healthcare was very challenged. I mean, great healthcare available, but not enough. The capacity was severely limited. So, one of the network challenges that we're still seeing being experienced across the country, and it is the health system overall, as Carrie indicated, is, a lot of communities are now having to catch up, and the infrastructure is having to really be developed in some of these areas that used to be kind of Sleepy Hollow, and now they're not.
Yeah, I mean, these are all great responses, and you guys are living some of them as you are in that space. One of the other things we hear a lot, and I know you guys probably hear a lot, is the good providers aren't in the network, or the providers are challenged to get into the network. And so I want to delve on a little bit on what are the challenges on getting providers to be in the network, and specifically, what do you guys see when community and civilian providers, getting them to participate in TRICARE or the community care network? And so I'm going to go to Alex and then Amanda and Donna, but what do you guys see? You're all in these spaces in terms of the challenges of getting the providers to participate in the networks?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We have a lot of providers in our network, but the biggest challenge that we do find is the fee schedule, and the reimbursement rate of TRICARE is very low. We don't tend to find that to be a huge barrier for providers wanting to come in all the time, but it is an issue that comes up pretty frequently. That's one solution that we could be looking at, is can we increase the fee schedule? That's a legislative fix that would have to go in. There's not necessarily a financial incentive for the contractors for that to go up. It's something that we have advocated for in the past. But with regards to just the broader network, it continues to grow. We rarely have providers drop out of the network. They have stayed in pretty consistently. The value proposition of TRICARE is that even though the reimbursement rate is low, the payment speed and time is supposed to be fast. And we had challenges with that last year when we entered the first year of the contract, and we have since moved past that and solved that issue. But that really is kind of how we draw people in, is you will get cash flow quickly, even if it's not as much as it would pay in the commercial market. So that's really the incentive and the value proposition that we try to provide to providers.
Yeah, good value proposition for sure. Amanda, how about from your perspective?
So I'll focus on a couple of areas. So first, when I first came to Optum a little under 7 years ago, my director of network said, anybody can build a network, Amanda. It's about sustaining that network for your members. It's going to continue to be your challenge. And how are you going to do that over the next 7 years? That has stuck with me every single day that I've been in this job. And you do that through exactly kind of the role that I have now and what Alex was talking about. And it's the operations. You try to make it as easy on the provider as possible to take care of this deserved population. And you do that through timely payment. You do that through having somebody available as a provider advocate, making sure that it's as easy as possible to execute across these federal programs, especially because we know that these programs can have added administrative layers to them, right? There are non-industry standard requirements of these programs, and so you have to go almost a step above and beyond to really make sure that you're maintaining that network and keeping those providers happy so they'll continue to stay in network to see the veterans and the military members.
It's about relationships. We spend a lot of time building and developing relationships with providers on the ground, and we have a team that does that, and it's really important to keeping them in the network.
Yeah. So many things about relationships in the community. Donna?
So I used to be on the House Armed Service Committee staff many years ago, and one of the things we heard from providers back then, it was when TRICARE was a young program, and we're still hearing this today with both programs, is, you know, to Alex's point, we have very little flexibility on the fee schedule, on the rates that get paid to providers. So we used to always hear, if you're going to pay us low, you cannot pay us slow. And more importantly, you can't add a bunch of administrative requirements on top of it. And so that the administrative piece continues to be a challenge with certain types of provider systems or groups. I think it's really, and a lot of those we don't control. The government sets those kinds of requirements, but a good example, and this is something that we've spent time, and I think Amanda, you probably have as well, educating Congress about. The VA has a different requirement for timely filing of claims. So pretty much everybody else, you have basically a year to file, your providers have a year to file claims. VA, it's 6 months. And it's a sticky point with big health systems because if they don't meet that timely filing requirement, we're not allowed to pay them. And so just little things like that, they seem like little things, but for a provider to participate or not participate, those administrative requirements can be seen as too burdensome.
Yeah. You know, when we think about TRICARE on the military health system side, we think about the community care network. They've been around for a while. They dressed and did some things that really addressed some challenges that previously existed. As you said, in their infancy, they had some attractive things, but they've been around for a while now. So now we hear a lot at MOA, and we certainly see it from the Congress, conversations about making big changes to potentially big changes to TRICARE and the community care network. In fact, the Senate Armed Services Committee made a mark here for the FY27 National Defense Authorization Act that includes a provision, if it makes it through conference with the House, that would require a study on the potential changes to TRICARE, and not just minor tweaks, but it's asking for major reforms to purchase care. On the VA side, there's been concepts for expanding veterans' eligibility and different reforms in the community care network. So these are big issues. So I'm going to ask to go to all of you guys. We'll go the opposite way. We'll let Donna go first and go right down the lane. But what are your perspectives on reforms in these areas and the future viability? Can we stay viable in the current way, or are reforms needed?
So first and foremost, as a former authorizing staffer, one of the bills has to get to the floor before they can even get to Congress. But once that happens, hopefully, the provision in the Senate Armed Services version of the NDAA is really nothing new. We looked at a lot of that way back when I was on the committee staff. And what I'd say first and foremost is it's always important to reevaluate programs to make sure they're achieving their objectives, accomplishing the mission, serving the beneficiaries they are designed to serve. With regard to TRICARE, I think a couple of you have said it already. TRICARE really, you said it first off, was established. The way it was designed was to support that military medical readiness mission. And so way back when we looked at it from the Armed Services staff perspective, in the end, the construct of TRICARE was best for meeting the dual mission of the military health system, the readiness and then taking care of the military members and families. So I think looking at reevaluating these programs is important. There may be better ways to do it to meet today's need, but ultimately I think TRICARE is a viable program based on the focus on the mission of the military health system. I'm going to let Amanda address CCN.
Well, let's go, Carrie, first for you. Carrie, any thoughts about viability and way forward for these systems?
Yeah, I think the key thing in what you just said is study. these potential changes. I mean, if we're talking about large changes, we are talking about millions of people, millions of beneficiaries, veterans and military service members and their families, and billions of dollars. So before there are large-scale changes to how healthcare is delivered, we really need to think about what is the goal of these policy changes. I think we could all agree that the goal is to provide high-quality, accessible healthcare to military populations that is also efficient and is not, we're not excessively spending money. So if that's the goal, how do we best design the policies and the structure of the health systems to meet that goal? And how can we evaluate whether these potential policy changes, how it improves progress toward that goal, or are we, by expanding eligibility, for example, what does that mean for overall cost to the healthcare system, and is that a cost that we think is important to pay in order to achieve this overall goal of high quality access to care? So I think there's a lot of things to unpack in there.
Okay. Amanda?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to unpack. So one of the great things about my experience is I've got to watch the evolution of this program overall, and it has grown and made leaps and bounds from where it started as original fee basis for VA when I worked back at VA. If we're going to think about how to change it holistically, I agree, Carrie, you have to study it, you have to learn, and you have to not, I think, take a one-size-fits-all. We just talked about the geography of the overall healthcare landscape looks different, and so we need to find solutions that fit the veterans and military members and the health system overall based on kind of that unique aspects of those different geographies. I think the other thing that is really, really important is to really think differently. If we are trying to solve value, because that's really what it is in these systems, it's value, which leads to better outcomes. And if we're trying to solve that, really making sure that we're doing that, understanding the definition of value, right? Because it isn't just dollars, but there are lots of dollars pulling through the systems. It's also the experience of those members, and it's also the outcomes of the patients as they're part of the system. And so you have to keep all of that in mind as you're thinking about how to evolve these systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how you're talking about evolving, Amanda, because good programs are willing to evolve and bad programs don't. And so I think this is a good opportunity for us to look at what's working and what isn't. But from the TRICARE perspective, it has to fit the readiness mission, it has to support the MTFs, and it has to allow service members to be deployable. So I think that's what we'll be looking for as this provision develops.
Yeah. Now, I won't ask the folks who have contracts here because I want to keep you guys a little bit insulated, but as an independent person, Carrie, from RAND and your advice, we've talked a little bit about here, but if you were giving advice in this area to the leaders, the folks in the Congress and the folks in the Pentagon who are kind of making these decisions, what would you impart to them in this area?
I think it's sort of reflecting what we've all just said. Like if the goal is value, and I like that you put that all together, and I think that we all agree that the goal is value. Really, how do you think about this in a way that is preserving the best, ensuring that we have the best case outcomes for the health system? If we don't want to be putting ourselves in a situation where we're making things worse for veterans and service members and their families. That these VA and MHS really do have these really important key missions. And most importantly, this is on the veteran side. This is a promise that we have made to those who have served, that we will provide health care and that this is high quality care. So I think my advice is sort of make sure that we are following this key North Star of where we're trying to go, and really have if the goal is to and really understand where we're going and design the policies around that. But really be very clear about what the goal is.
Good. I suspect you guys are going to get asked this question, so you already have an answer prepared, which is good. Hey, we were talking here about, and you heard it a couple of times, right? We're talking about billions of dollars that are put into the, rightly so, to taking care of our veterans and taking care of our military members in the healthcare system. But when you're spending that many dollars and resources, people are going to ask, when you have these two healthcare systems, where can we collaborate? Where can we share resources? How do we force these folks together to be more efficient? And taxpayers, it's a good question to ask, right, about the amount of resources in there. So let's talk about that a little bit, and specifically for you guys, what do you see as the potential impacts of bringing these things together? You know, there'll be certainly impacts in direct care, there'll be impacts in community care, TRICARE, all those things, but what are those impacts of greater MHS VA integration on the networks that we're talking about? And so we'll just, again, go down the line. We'll start with Donna.
So, I mean, obviously there's been an effort to try to achieve greater integration for several years now, going all the way back to when I was on the Hill. The benefits really should be very positive across the board. It should be really good for the government from an efficiency perspective because it allows, again, looking at the resources, is there a way to collaborate to make the best use of the resources that we can then ultimately have more available to do what we're trying to do, which is to take care of the beneficiaries, take care of veterans. It would also be very good, greater integration, very good for the people being served, increase access. So whether it's a veteran who might be able to use a military treatment facility that's right nearby, or a service member or a family member who could use a VA medical center. I mean, it's just adding network capacity, network access, assuming that the facilities have the capacity. So, but more importantly, I want to go back to something from an earlier panel where Vern mentioned the idea of a seamless transition. And ultimately, if VA and the Department of War were more integrated, we could get to that seamless transition. So where a service member gets off active duty and transitions to VA and there's really no gap or a minimal gap. You know, that you're not taking with you your own records and then going through a cumbersome process on the, at VA to get the health care that you've earned and deserve.
Yeah, okay. Amanda?
So I think when I think about it, I think about the healthcare system overall. And I think about if we're gonna make that work better, what do every single one of those systems need to do in order to make that happen? And I think in order to do that, you really have to optimize. And I think that's an important word because that means that every single system needs to be optimized for its mission. And that's the military health system, that's the VA health system, that's community care. And it's how those flow together to really make that experience seamless for all of the members through that transition. And just as they're receiving care, I think in doing so, you'll make the healthcare system better, right? You won't have the number one referral being veterans going into the ER as your number one community care referral, because you'll have optimized the systems and they'll be getting care at the right place at the right time. And so that is really critical, and you have to have each of those systems optimized to do that, whether that's the community or the military and veteran health systems.
Alex?
Yeah, a lot of really good answers there. I think I would just add, continuity of care will improve, as well as the sets and reps for the doctors at both the MTF and the VA hospitals, where they might be either having access challenges or time or availability to see patients, and they're looking to improve and continue those skills. This is an area that will help that.
Yeah. Carrie, I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to add a piece into the discussion here. Any downsides to integration and things that should be watched out for in this area?
I mean, I think the devil is always in the details. It's in the implementation. Like, how does this work practically? We did a study about 8 years ago. There was a policy proposal at the time to create one network. So that was a joint contract that both DoD and VA could use for service members and their families and for veterans. And this sounded like, on its face, like this sounds like a good idea. This could be more efficient. We'll just have one contract. And so the study was to assess the feasibility of that. And at the end result, like, it's feasible. Like, it's possible. Like, anything is possible. But the sort of like the tagline of the study was that, like, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, that the really serving two different populations, the networks serve different purposes or in different areas of the country, and that it really didn't make a whole lot of sense and would probably be less effective and less efficient to do it that way. So I think it's a lot of thinking about where are there points of where it does make sense to really help with this integration, and where are there points where we have different systems for a reason.
Yeah. Hey, we hear a lot of times, and maybe we see, and you guys probably see more than we do, but that civilian health plans can sometimes be a little quicker to adopt new technologies, things that aren't available in the programs we're talking about, or other innovations. So what opportunities do you see for the military health system, for the VA related cares to adopt things technology-wise, alternative payment models, other things that you guys talked about in there? Sometimes we hear that things are available in those civilian networks that aren't available in these networks. Any thoughts about that? And everybody can participate. Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here. I'll talk specifically about AI, which I know is always buzzy. And I admit, early on, I was a little reluctant about AI, but once I saw how many hours in my week it was saving me at work, I quickly became pretty positive on it. And we look at it two ways, as we are looking at developing tools for TRICARE, and it's what's beneficiary facing and what's internally facing. And most of our tools that we're thinking about now, the beneficiary will never see. These are things that would help us process claims. These are things that will help us in customer service. And we're really looking at things that are going to help improve the beneficiary's experience and their journey. Whether that's an AI chatbot or a service on the phone that'll help direct you better and faster. These are things that we want to implement as quickly as possible. You mentioned alternative payment models. That's something that's underway in T5 right now. We're working with DHA to help implement some value-based care pilots. One, to save money, but also to help with healthier outcomes, which is the goal of those programs.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I think the one thing I would add to that is that the VA specifically, they continue to adopt innovation very quickly, right? They're sometimes a leader with that. And so it's about understanding the solutions that are going to work for this organization. And what I mean by that is, like, the VA itself is both a payer and a provider. And so finding solutions and technology solutions that meet that can be really difficult. One of, I think, the successes that we've had in adopting those things is failing fast internally and knowing what works as both a payer and a provider. We serve as a payer and a provider. And so knowing those solutions that are going to fail, so we're not starting at ground zero with technology. We're really pushing forward and saying, these are the things that we've tested and we know work in kind of the model. And that is really, really important, because to what you said, the experience is what matters. What you can't have is a drop-in experience for our military and veterans. And so it becomes really important that as you're shaping those technologies, you already know the things that are going to work because you've tested them.
Yeah. Barry or Donna, anybody? No? Okay. One of the things that we hear, like you guys articulated really well, is what's the purpose, the value proposition, to make sure this is a valuable benefit, right? It's an earned benefit that's out there, and certainly when we talk to folks from a MOA perspective, it's probably the top earned benefit that everybody talks about is being able to take care of myself, my family, both while I'm serving, transition, and after I've served, as the proposition of the government. The U.S. has entered into this contract with the folks who raised their hand. But we often don't talk about what's the definition of. So what's the definition for you guys, from your perspective? What does it mean to have high quality access to care? What does that look like for both the military and veteran beneficiaries? And then also, when you look at that, where are we falling short? Are we missing what the definition is to have high quality access to care? And we'll just go down the line.
So I think having access to high quality care, how we ensure that is, it gets back to sort of the study, the evaluation part, is making sure that it's actually working for the beneficiaries. Whether it's a veteran or a military family member, it's not high quality care if it doesn't work for you. And I just think that's the most important thing. Many of you in this room may have heard me at different conventions and stuff. I always encourage people, to tell us what's working, tell us what's not working. Because if it's not working, we need to know it. We can't fix it if we don't know it's not working for you. And so I think sometimes we get a little bit bogged down into these almost pie in the sky kinds of definition of high quality, but really let's boil it down to the basic. We're here to serve veterans and military family members, and high quality care is really what works for them.
Carrie, thoughts?
So about 25 years ago, the Institute of Medicine produced a landmark study called Crossing the Quality Chasm that really aimed to define what does quality mean for the US healthcare system. And that had 6 pillars. So that high quality care is, let me see if I can get them all right. So high quality care is effective, it is efficient, it is timely, it is patient-centered, it is, oh gosh, I know I'm going to forget 2 of these pillars. Effective, efficient, timely, patient-centered. Anyway, I'll see if I can come back to them. But there are guidelines out there for what do we mean by quality. And in that interim, over the last 25 years, we've developed a lot of mechanisms to measure quality. And so we know how to measure quality. We know how to measure patient-centered care. We know how to measure patient experience. And so in all of this, we should be, this is sort of getting back to the idea that we need to study and we need to evaluate all of this. We also need to monitor the quality of care and the accessibility of care, regardless of where the patient is getting their care from. And so this is something that we, as a broader US healthcare system, we know how to do. And as a broader healthcare system, we have not fully crossed that quality chasm. There are still a lot of challenges of quality and access broadly that we need to continue to address.
Anna?
I love that you started with the pillars. I'm no help on the other 2, though. I could not remember them. But what I will say about those pillars specifically is it is about the data a little bit, right? Because it is about understanding the quality of your network and making sure that you're monitoring it. I would say if you think specifically about the VA Community Care Network, CCN is the first time that it was a network that was required to be credentialed. I mean, just think about that. That was 7 years ago, and it was the first time that you had to have a credentialed network. Take that further, we measure the quality of every single provider every single month that we put in network. And you look for tracking of trends and outliers, making sure that they're meeting all of those pillars as much as you can. But to really go further, you have to, as Donna said, get to the experience of the individual that's accessing that care. Because their definition, you can define it as 6 pillars all day long, but if it isn't meeting them where they need to be, then we've missed a mark as we think about scoring. So I think the data is important. I think you have to have that oversight and you have to have that as a layer of building a quality network. But I think to really solve access, you've got to understand the needs at that individual veteran level.
Yeah, thanks. Alex?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about high quality and access seems to imply that you're only looking at the front door and you're only trying to get into the appointment. 1, can you find a doctor? 2, can you find a doctor who can see you in less than a year? That can be a real challenge. Are you seeing a doctor who is conscientious of your military service or your veteran status and understands you, as well as what's the follow-up? What's the back end of that appointment that's going to lead to the next step and to your next level of care? And to us, that's how access is really defined when we look at it internally, is what's the whole journey of that appointment and how are we ensuring that it is high quality?
Yeah. We're coming closer to wrap-up time, so we're going to do a little bit of more rapid-fire kind of things. We'll go down the line. Alex, you get to go first instead of hitting cleanup all the time in this one. If you guys could say one common assumption in this space that you believe needs to be challenged. Sometimes you hear these assumptions. I certainly started with one where somebody told me this is an abomination, right? I don't think that's a true assumption in the discussion, but one assumption that you think should be challenged in this space, and what is it, and how should it be rethought?
This probably applies more to the veteran space, sometimes in the military space, but there's a narrative that the purchase care system and the direct care system are in direct competition with each other, and that's just simply not true. It's the purchase care system is a strategic extension of the direct care system, and that's how it should be. We should be supporting the MTFs and the VAMCs and ensuring that they're getting the patients that they need back into their systems, as well as being able to provide that wraparound service. So that's one thing that I would push hard on.
Great. Amanda?
Yeah, I would add on to that. Like, first of all, I feel like I'm thumbs upping what you said because it's always kind of the standard thing that you hear. But I would also say when we think about making that healthcare system work better, we have to all partner. It takes all of us working together. It takes all of the organizations in this room. We can't do this alone. If any one individual or organization thinks that they're going to solve these really big challenges, I think we've gotten it wrong. And so I think like leaning across the room and really working together and partnering is something that I would ask us all to do. And I think it's something that we have to challenge kind of the, in competition.
Yeah. Carrie, anything to challenge?
Yeah, I would say that the way things are is not the way they have to be, and we can reimagine what these health systems look like. We could reimagine what the U.S. healthcare system looks like. I think there's like opportunities here for really thinking about not being stuck with what we have and really taking the opportunity to really think broadly and creatively about how best to provide this access to high quality care.
Okay. Donna, last word?
Well, Alex pretty much hit what I was going to say. My assumption I'd love to shoot down is that, the purchase care partners of either, the Department of War or VA, we are not trying to take away. We're trying to enhance what they do. We're trying to complement, and it should be viewed as one system, not an us versus them. It's, even just saying direct care versus purchase care. For a long time, I've said it's just VA healthcare. Let's just call it VA healthcare. I think TRICARE, at least, it's considered TRICARE. There's not quite the separation, but it really is just we're here to support the government, not to take away from the government.
Well, great way to wrap up. I want to thank the panel for being with us today. I think, hope all of you got out what I get out, which is there is partnership. Even when we have different companies and different organizations, there's partnership with a common caring that we deliver this healthcare benefit for our military members, families, and our veterans. So I want to thank all of you. For those of you who submitted questions, if we didn't get to your question, there'll be an opportunity for us to provide the panel and others to provide answers to you, and you get those questions answered. Thanks for joining us today, and again, thanks to our panel.
We hope you enjoyed our final panel discussion of the day. Please welcome back Jim Lorraine, President and CEO of America's Warrior Partnership, to close out day one of the symposium.
Hey there, everybody. Wow, what a day. I gotta admit to you that I've probably spent 5 minutes sitting today. So if you see me sitting outside, please let me know. But it's been a great day. This was a phenomenal panel. You don't get Humana, OptumServe, and TriWest on a panel very often to talk about the future and what's happening in healthcare. So this has been a really, really great day. What I'm really happy about is I love to see so many people that are here. You go to a lot of conferences and it starts to dwindle pretty significantly, but thank you for being here. I see Jay Redmond there. Thank you, Jay, for being here. By the way, if you want to talk to Jay, he won't be here tomorrow, but he'll be here through this social tonight. I can go through every table and thank everybody and for all that you've done and all your support. I want to thank attendees for your energy and your honesty. I did stop in on a couple of breakouts, great feedback and great give and take. If you gave a question on WUVA, we keep the question and then we provide it with the people who are on the stage so that they can maybe answer it back. So keep providing it. Every organization brings a unique capability, specialty, and trusted relationship with veterans. This is what we do. Again, I'm going to go back to what I said in the beginning. Together we can do better. We all have to work together. Hopefully you've spent some time today meeting other people, getting to know what each organization does, what their strengths are, where there's hiring, where there's information systems, where there's companies that are doing great stuff for veterans. I want to introduce Know a Vet, Tell a Vet. I thought we were having, nope. So we have a program at America's Warrior Partnership that we really haven't talked a lot about, which is called Know a Vet, Tell a Vet. Know a Vet, Tell a Vet is a program that helps connect to veterans to connect them to us. When I say connect to us, it's connect to us just for information, and it allows them to refer somebody. You know, what I cringe at, and I'm just going to be honest, what I cringe at, and you'll understand this, is that when I meet somebody and they say, and they're in the, let's say they're in the banking business, and they said, I had a vet that needed help, and I helped them, and they needed mental health care, and I go, oh no, please tell me you didn't do that. And I, you know, I used to work for a boss that used to say, don't confuse enthusiasm with capability. And I would just say, listen, if you're not comfortable doing or engaging a veteran in something that you don't do, you can refer them to AWP. And then what we'll do is we'll do the intake, we'll figure out where they, you know, the difference between what they want and what they need, and get them connected to the resources that do it within a structured environment that have professionals that are working through it. So if somewhere in that process they say, you know, I'm really thinking about taking my life, it's somebody who's professional that can handle it. Anyways, Know a Vet, Tell a Vet is really to get the movement out and to spread the word. I encourage, anyways, I want to introduce, oh, he's not here yet. I want to introduce my good friend, Steve Rubright, to introduce what our next step is and to invite everyone to a social. But in that, Steve Rubright, come on out. I'm going to have you show it.
Jim, thank you very much, and what a great day. How about we give a big hand to all of our speakers and panelists today. Thanks so much. This was super awesome, and you know, I didn't intend to tell this story when it came up, but I really, you know, I've known Jim personally and professionally for a while now, and he does not just talk the talk, but he walks the walk. And I wanted to tell a personal story about Jim and just the personal impact of AWP. I was on reserve duty this was about 5 months ago, and there was an Air Force captain that I had not seen in you know, a few months, because we're kind of remote and I don't see her, but you know, she looked different. She looked exhausted. I was like, you know, she's not looking good, but I didn't want to kind of tell her that, right? It's probably not the best thing to say, but you know, on a break, I went up to her and I said, hey, listen, you know, how are you doing? You okay? Is everything okay? So she proceeded to tell me a story about how she was on orders. She was on orders for a year, and she was getting the runaround from you know, the active duty medical system because she was a reservist on orders, and she was having mental health issues. And I did not know this about her, but about 20 years ago, when she was enlisted, she was in mortuary affairs at Dover Air Force Base. And this was, you know, 04, 05, when, you know, all the casualties were coming back. And you can imagine the things that she saw. And so she said, you know, for years and years, it bothered her, but she kind of put it out of her mind. But she had recently developed this food aversion to where she would, you know, eat even like bubble tea and start having these flashbacks about these horrible things that she saw when preparing remains. And she because she was a reservist on active duty, the active duty healthcare system was like, well, you're not in our system. You need to go to your parent unit, which was in Georgia. And she's like, well, I live outside of Pittsburgh, and was, you know, getting the runaround. So I was, first of all, shocked that, like, hey, kind of the full-time, you know, Air Force folks were, you know, not attuned to this. I mean, there's been so much talk about military suicide and, you know, helping active duty folks. And she had told me, she said, you know, I'm not gonna commit suicide, but I've thought about it and I just don't know where to go. So I picked up the phone, I stepped down, and I called Jim on his cell phone. And I said, Jim, this is what's going on. Like, can you help me? He said, hey, give me her cell phone, tell her to call me. So I said, stop what you're doing right now, get out here, call Jim. That day, Jim had worked through her connections and got her connected to Walter Reed. She went direct to Walter Reed through the ER and was admitted to Walter Reed for a few days and got connected to the mental health care that she should have gotten a few months ago. So that is the type of person that Jim is, and that is the type of organization that AWP is. And I experienced it firsthand. So Jim, I just want to say thank you so much, for all you've done and what AWP does. So, for those of you, I got the honor to introduce Jason this morning. I represent as head of government affairs for Forterra. And for those of you who don't know about Forterra, we build the technology backbone that lets autonomous systems work together. So while we're on ground vehicles, we don't actually make the autonomous vehicle, but we will partner with other companies that make the vehicle. We will make them autonomous, and then we will put whatever payload is needed in the back, whether it's an autonomous gun, a radar, what have you. And we operate in comms denied, comms degraded environments. We have vehicles operating in Ukraine right now that are actually autonomous Polaris vehicles doing autonomous breaching. And we scaled up in just a matter of 7 months after getting a contract through the Army. We deployed 105 autonomous vehicles to Ukraine, and they're being used right now, not just for autonomous breaching, but for casualty evacuations. We've done like 52 of those so far, resupply missions, and Ukrainians, love them, and they're very entrepreneurial, as you know, so they're using them in many different ways. And also on some other Army programs, and also actively deployed to the Pacific with the Marine Corps on the Rogue Fires program. They're essentially a autonomous vehicles with anti-ship missiles in the back, protecting against the China threat. All the technology is really cool. The strategy is important, and all that is great. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we are most passionate about getting service members, mostly soldiers and Marines and Navy SEALs, out of harm's way. So if a mission, could take in the old days could take like 25 soldiers and Marines, but we can do the same mission with 5 or 6 soldiers and Marines and more autonomous vehicles. That's less and less service members in harm's way. And that's what we wake up to every morning and are committed to doing that. Many of us at Forterra are veterans. We've been in Iraq and Afghanistan, and that's what we're committed to doing in future conflicts. And so we're really honored to partner with Forterra and with all of you to help veterans and increase that community as well. So thank you so much for being here. It was such a great day. Our reception is going to be right outside here, kind of where we had lunch. So please share stories, good stories, bad stories, whether stories are true or not. You share them and enjoy the fellowship. And so really looking forward to connecting with all of you. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you at the reception and be back for day 2. Thanks so much.
This concludes our program.